This meeting, of course, is open to the public and will be live streamed. I would like to thank those who are in the room and particularly not only my colleagues here but our staff who are part of this journey today and who provide us with so much support. But can I acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels? Move to item 1, which is the opening of the meeting and the acknowledgement of traditional owners. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, we move to item 2. We have a full attendance today, obviously no apologies. Anyone wishing to be granted leave of absence? Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if Council would permit leave of absence for next Wednesday, the 27th, the special meeting of Council, if that goes ahead.
Councillor Carl, you wish to have the 27th of July leave of absence?
Yeah, for the special meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, do I have a motion there, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Von Hoff, did you have your hand up? Oh, okay, thank you. Anybody else seeking leave of absence in the future? Okay, we'll move then to declaration of prescribed COIs. Councillor McDonald, item 8.5, item 4.
Thanks, Mayor. Item 8.5, number 4, is a quote or tender consideration plan for the Customer Communications and Engagement Branch for advertising services, and I request that it be minuted that I declared a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to this item at the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting on the 13th of July, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll leave the meeting and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In the same item, so the quote or tender consideration plan for Customer Communications and Engagement Branch for advertising services, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting of the 13th of July 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 4, the optimal divestment strategy for Central Highfields. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 13th of July 2022. At the meeting, it was determined that there was no conflict of interest, as I have no greater interest than a significant proportion of other community members. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will stay and participate in a decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Any comments in around the room in respect to any of those matters? If not, we'll move on to item 3, which is the confirmation of the minutes. The ordinary meeting held on the 23rd of June. Absent from that meeting was Councillor Carl and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Would someone like to move that there are true and proper record of that meeting, please? Councillor McDonald has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Carroll-Taylor. Any comments? Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 3.2, the special meeting, from which Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and I were absent. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor O'Shea. A second, please. Councillor Carroll-Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Is there any business arising out of the minutes that anyone wishes to take up at this point? If not, we'll move to item 5, the presentations of petitions. Any petitions coming forward today? Okay, thank you. We'll move to item 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. There is no business coming forward under that category today. So we'll move then to the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, and I think, Mr CEO, we have nobody today, so we're certainly making remarkable progress. We'll move then to taking the reception and consideration of committee reports, and I'd remind you of our 5 values of accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect. We'll move then to the reception and consideration of committee reports. Item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee report. There are 4 items there. Does anyone wish to take any of those out for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover along those lines? Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that the Planning and Development Committee report be received. Those in favour? Carried. We move then to water and waste, where there are in fact no items. Do I have a mover? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 3, which is the Infrastructure Committee report. Is anyone wishing to take any matters of there out for separate discussion? There's only the one matter. If not, do I have a mover, please? Sorry? Oh, Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I'd like to take that item out, please.
You'd like to take
Yes,
item 3 out
Thank you.
for separate discussion?
Thank you.
Do we have that discussion now, Mr CEO?
It's an open discussion, Mr Mayor.
I can't hear you, Councillor Carroll.
I'm sorry, I have got the microphone on. It is not in confidential, so it's an open matter.
Yes.
Look, there was an email sent out to councillors yesterday from our General Manager of Infrastructure, and it is asking that 2 of those, the 2 of the
6 points.
recommendations be considered in a different matter. So I'd actually like to, bring those to council's attention. I'd also like to speak to the against this deferral as well. So at the end of the day, I know that I probably won't have any support, but I just do want to inform the community how this matter has come up. When we buy a block of land or build a house, normally in a development, the expenses for roads and other services that are provided are paid in part by the developer. When you go and buy a historic subdivision in a rural area on good quality agricultural land, you pay none of those, and I just want the community to be aware that people who do buy on those blocks of land that are historic rural subdivisions don't pay anything towards the services, and in cases like this, then expect the wider community to pick up the cost that others pay when they buy their property. So I just want to have that out there, but I would also bring forward to the council the 2 matters that were circularised overnight by our General Manager, Mike Brady, that the conditions 4, that as and when specific cases are brought to council's attention, appropriate signs be installed to warn the public of formed roads, as noted on council's road register, being dry weather only roads, and unformed roads not maintained by council with potential risks should users proceed. And I do believe that the road manager has that authorisation under the powers of risk, but our General Manager would rather council supported that. Revised recommendation number 6, that appropriate processes and definitions be included in the review of the Toowoomba Region Planning Scheme to achieve the performance outcome that any new houses in any location within our region must have direct property access to a road defined in council's road register as a maintained gravel or sealed road, and that immediate effect be given to this performance outcome. And that is to address more of these people going in there without any knowledge and without knowing that there is no road there prior to them building their properties. So I would like to move that the original recommendations be put there, but should that be defeated, and I suspect it will be, I would like to move that these two recommendations, recommendation 4 and recommendation 6, as reworked, be supported by my colleagues. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Question.
No. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Carl, you've seconded the motion. I'll take a speaker against the motion, if you wish to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Good.
I'm just wondering, a bit confused about the last part of that last item where it says, referring to the review, which is being undertaken at the moment, won't be effected for a year or two, but then it says immediate effect. It seems to be contradictory. One will take a year or two to implement, but the words immediate effect, does that mean what it says, that it will take effect immediately despite the fact that the review won't be completed for a year or two?
Mr Mayor, can I ask Mr Brady to comment on that? Thank you.
Mike?
Good morning, councillors. The intention of the section highlighted in yellow is that from this day forth, that this be given immediate effect, and it's really the interpretation of this performance outcome that's the critical thing here. The performance outcome speaks of an all-weather access, and this really is saying that an all-weather access, that interpretation should be along the lines that it must have direct property access to a road defined in our council's road register as a maintained gravel or sealed road. It's the only way in my mind that ultimately will stop this type of development and housing happen without some level of control as it stands now. As definitions and other things get assessed through the next couple of years of the planning scheme review, obviously that gives rise to looking at it from different perspectives, but I think we need to try to ensure that from now forth that we don't get any more houses building on properties that have unmaintained roads. Otherwise, we're just going to have exactly the same challenge as we have today with the ones that are there.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a question, or do you wish to speak against the motion?
A couple of questions, if I could, please, Mr Mayor. So just going back to Councillor Kerry's question, I know whenever there is an issue with the planning scheme, it takes 12 to 18 months to get a change. I'm not saying I don't support this, but I just don't understand how we can just tick it off today and say that's okay, when every other time we want to make an amendment to a planning scheme that 18-month process has to occur. And I note Michelle here, Stuart isn't, but if somebody from planning could talk to how that all works, please.
Yeah, I'm happy for Michelle to make comment there. What I'm after here is the interpretation of all-weather road in the performance outcome, as it's noted within that section of the planning scheme, to be interpreted by this council that you want it to be, as I say, a road defined on council's road register as a maintained gravel or sealed road. If you leave, the interpretation at the moment is quite wide open and hasn't been well defined, and I think that leaves that sort of issue being challenged continuously. And I'm suggesting to council today, or recommending to council today, that we move forward on this in a manner that starts sort of drawing a line under what's happened in the past and trying to move forward.
Mr Mayor, if I could comment, that the definition...
Councillor Carroll, I've got about 3 people
But the
ahead of you.
definition is already in there.
Just be brief, please.
It's how it's actually interpreted that is the issue.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, look, in particular, I was just waiting patiently, in particular to Councillor Shiner's inquiry about the performance outcome, and I'm open to correction from the officer, but it's talking about the application process where you've got acceptable outcomes and performance outcomes. Performance outcomes must be met at the application stage. That's, I think, what Mr Brady is alluding to as part of the application process moving forward for a resident to go and build a house on a block of land in a rural area on an unformed road. So the performance outcome must meet that, that they must have a formed road as per the recommendation. Open to correction from an officer.
Thanks very much, Michelle. You may.
Thank you, Mayor. The description by the General Manager, Mike Brady, in terms of the performance outcome is the all-weather access road. It doesn't actually define that, but there is a definition of all-weather access as in our definitions, an administrative definition, which is an access remaining trafficable to two-wheel drive vehicles in most weather conditions. In terms of amendments for planning schemes, in terms of adjusting the PO to be more specific, to refer to a defined road as per our register, that would need to go through a major amendment process because it changes the definitions and changes the performance outcomes. However, because it is defined as all-weather access being trafficable to two-wheeled vehicles in most weather conditions, a practical way to give a better understanding of what that intent is for us to perhaps do a practice note. It is something that we do regularly to explain and better clarify the intent that is in the planning scheme, and I feel that would be a good interim solution to support the intention of council to ensure that road access is of a suitable standard.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Michelle?
I just want to
Councillor
follow up
Summerfield.
with my original question, which is when I asked for Michelle to talk. Thank you, Michelle. You've helped me understand that. And if we agree to this today, you will be able to work with that through your processes to ensure.
Yes, so we can certainly look to improve the clarity and understanding through the scheme review process that we are already undertaking, and the practice note is something that we use as a regular basis to help clarify and define. So I think that would be a mechanism that we could utilise.
Thanks very much. So then my second questions are related to the first recommendation, recommendation 4, which is, can someone remind me what the legal implications are for us in relation to signage? We touched on it briefly the other day. I just wonder if someone could remind me what the legal implications and also the financial, please.
So council may remember back in the report itself that Rod gave last week, page 10 or 13 of that covered off on some of the legal points. In particular, I'm just looking at the point here. From King & Co, that there's obviously council controls obviously its road and its regulation methods. We possess no legal obligation to provide constructed road access, has no obligation to upgrade a road to a high category, for example, unformed to formed or formed to gravel. That said, we owe a duty of care to road users in relation to the conditions of the road and that are under its statutory control, and so therefore there is where we come to the point of giving signage as a warning in respect to the cost. Costs indicated here in regards to the signs initially, we're thinking in the order of probably about $25,000. It's around about, for the larger signs, around about $2,000 a sign, and for the smaller ones, by the time they're installed, around about $500 a sign. So initially we're looking in the order of about $25,000, $30,000, but at the end of the day that comes from within our normal ordinary budget at this point in time.
Sorry, if I could do a follow-up, please, Mayor, and that is, I think you misunderstood my question about the legal implications, and that was around if we put the signs up, what was the legal advice around any potential impacts for us by putting those, were there any, by us putting those signs up?
It's more positive that we put the signs up than not. In deciding not to undertake any work, council should take reasonable practical steps to avoid and minimise any foreseeable risk of harm, such as and one of those is installing an appropriate official traffic warning sign relevant to the identified risk, or if no official traffic sign exists, obtaining approval for a non-standard sign from DTMR.
Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff, you have a question.
Thanks, Chair. Through you. Two, if I might, and it's about the specific wording that's in those three parts that are before us. Question 1, the highlighted bit in yellow, and that immediate effect be given to this performance outcome. So you said just before, General Manager Mike, that a line be drawn, so this would not be grandfathered and affect existing issues that Council is aware of, is that correct?
Well, we can't do anything about what's been done in the past. If a house has been built, a house has been built for the choices that that person's made. Okay, this is trying to suggest to council or recommend to council, be it through a practice note, so that the intention is very clear that going forth, that if there's persons that wish to choose to build in areas where they're on unformed roads, that they, well, from a practice note perspective, won't get approval. So this actually stops this occurring into the future, and so that we stop having more and more of these. You know, across our region, we're thinking that there could be into the hundreds of homes that are built on unformed, unmaintained roads. So there's a liability, you know, there's an issue there that council is wanting to work through.
But just in regard to the ones that we're already aware of, what we are considering here in the wording does not apply to those properties.
That's correct, in my understanding.
From your understanding?
Yeah, that's the intent. That's what it reads. It says any new houses in any location. So on the second line. So achieve the performance that any new houses must have direct property access. So it's new homes. That's what it's referring to.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question through you, Chair, is in part 2, at the wording that as and when specific cases are brought to Council's attention, and I need some clarity on that as well, Council, like Toowoomba Regional Council, or councillors' attention here in this room?
Toowoomba Regional Council, be it we become aware of many issues. We're probably, I think, Rod noted in the report, somewhere in the order of there's about 160 requests that we're going through presently. So this could be, in due course, it could be all of those. Not immediately, but in many cases people understand and don't need to, you know, they ask the question, which is fair and reasonable, and we explain to them the situation. And the vast majority of people understand that and realise that it's not a good idea to build a house on a road that's not maintained by council.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McMahon, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, I do. Thanks, Mike. Number 3, I think, is great. We nip it in the bud moving forward. So are the signs just going to be put up until we defer number 1 to get that process sorted there, that we may work through some of these at a later date, but now we're just putting up the signs? Is that the intention of this overall, where we're heading?
Yes, Councillor McMahon, in essence. Should council, like we go out, we put up the signs, and then should council come up with a program that they wish to implement that sees some of these roads upgraded, or the property owners actually pay for them to be upgraded, the signs can always be removed.
I think 1 and 3 are fine. The issue I have with number 2 is the last 3 words of it. Should users proceed? I don't think these roads are some cowboy in the back paddocks looking for a shortcut. It's because you live there, and it's not really an option to proceed or not. It's kind of your home, and I don't really like us saying this is not maintained if you proceed. Well, what option do they have? You know, can you talk me through that?
The reference to that last few is the homeowner themselves aren't the only person that gets asked to use that road. as soon as we build a house somewhere, there's a lot of services that go in and out of there. You know, people have visitors, people have tradesperson come and do, fix something up at the house. So there's a lot of other, as soon as a house or something's developed, it starts to cause the use of a section of road by others. So not just the property owner. So when we're looking at this, we're looking at the very wide public perspective here.
Okay, thanks for that. My last question, and I have seen in the original report what the signs look like. Just wondering if you have any studies on, does anyone read them? Like, I know if I'm driving around, there's signs everywhere. Some of them you don't read. I know it's a legal obligation, but...
Well, fortunately, whether we do as drivers tend to drive past many signs and we become used to them being there. So, but on a section of road that we haven't been on before and we see a sign such as one of these, we do tend to take a little bit of note. So they do have a level of effect that way.
I've got Councillor O'Shea next, and then Councillor Shine, then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mayor. Comment and a question, probably my comment to context the question. So, thanks, Mike. Comfortable with 1 and 3? Because I think that, particularly 3, as we talked about, there's 2 issues here. It's what we have moving forward and what we're dealing with now. I guess my comment leading to a question is my concern, I struggle a bit to accept 2 in its current written format. And the reason I say that is because I feel as though, isn't there an option where, like you mentioned before, with the information that we got through King and Co, and we talk about reasonable and practical steps of identified risk and duty of care and etc. and signage is one of the ways of doing that. Should we or could we, in this process, through this deferral, more so look at, or would I become more comfortable looking at what options we do with this signage as opposed to just purely putting it as when it is brought to council's attention? To me, that's very reactive, obviously, to steal one of Councillor Carl's terms, that's ambulance at the bottom of the cliff sort of stuff in my take of reading that. And I'm wondering, could we investigate, and again, understanding cost implications, that's why I say investigate more of the options. I mean, we've got an audit of our roads. Shouldn't we be more, now that we understand this situation, we're saying we want to draw a line in the sand so it doesn't happen in the future. Part of our process moving forward is to have correct signage informing motorists or potential homeowners, whatever it may be, on these particular roads to know this is a road that, the signage should say for only dry weather. Like, should we not, is there an opportunity for us to be more proactive with however many of these are across the region to look at the option of we do this ahead of a time as opposed to waiting for something to happen or someone gets bogged in it and then next minute we turn up on the day after and put up a sign, if you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. We've got 1,500 kilometres of these unformed, unmaintained road network, and the actual number of roads, I'm sorry I don't have that number in the top of my head at this moment. But that said, what we are dealing with here and where we think the focus should be, at least initially, is to the ones that do have houses and homes there that are being used. There's many of those unformed sections of road that aren't being used at this point in time, or not to any real great degree. And it might be the farmer maybe running up there when it is dry on a track and there's no issues currently. So it's sort of implementing it in a sort of a, you might say, a phased manner, more so than sort of carte blanche going out and doing every road that sits under the unformed. So it's progressively, as these issues become more apparent in certain locations, we deal with them, but we've got a way of dealing with them. So that's what this number 2 is about.
Sorry, thanks, Mike. I understand that. Quick follow-up. Yeah, I understand that, but as I said, I would be more comfortable just to see when we do, through this deferral, see what other options are, again, with the outcome of council. But I just feel as though, and I understand the magnitude of it and how many of them there are, but I mean, again, it comes back to that reasonable and practical steps of identified risk. And if we're going to talking about signage and things like this, I just kind of feel as though we probably have an obligation or we need to consider all of them. That's just, as I said, and I understand costs and things like that, but I just feel uncomfortable with just the specific cases that are brought to council's attention, because as I said, I find that it's quite a reactive measure. Just comment.
Yeah, I understand that. I think it's just to council's. I think the proactive element at the moment is now to look at this risk management element and to do something about that, and that's what the signage is about, doing that now. I don't think council's ever going to be in a position of affordability to do, upgrade all these roads. To delay it another few months, yes, that can happen, but I think the outcome will be the same, that on the vast majority of these roads, I'd say nearly all of them, you will have to do a level of signage. So I don't think that's going to change, and that's what I'm recommending now, that we get on and start that part in any case, and then if for whatever reason council decides to see a section of one of these sections of road upgraded, obviously the sign can be removed at that point in time, because it's going to, even if there was funding today to do any of those sections of road, it's going to be, quite a period of time before they actually would actually get constructed.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Shine and then Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just following on, really, Councillor James and Councillor Rebecca's comments in relation to that first line of paragraph 2. I'm a bit concerned about it because I think it, first of all, it puts an obligation on council to put up a sign when somebody brings it to the road condition to the council's attention. It might be that council doesn't consider that it needs any attention at all. It might be a subjective view of a person that, we need a sign up there, but council may not, upon investigation, feel that it's warranted, whereas the wording at the moment requires council to put a sign up once specific cases are brought to its attention, irrespective of whether it's valid or not. And secondly, it puts an obligation on council more or less to do it immediately, as opposed to when it might be able to do it because of constraints of finance or manpower or whatever. I was just wondering if you'd consider putting in words like council consider when able. So council considers the request when it's
Mayor,
reasonable.
are we in debate?
We're having some questions asked and some propositions are being put forward. I'm accepting that can be put on the table at the moment, but it would have to go into a debate as we move forward. I've got a mover, I've got a seconder, I've been taking questions, but then I will ask, you spoke in favour, Councillor Carroll, I'll ask for a speaker against in a moment. Sorry?
Well, perhaps the mover and seconder might consider that sort of an alteration, just to clarify what we really are trying to achieve there, as opposed to putting an absolute obligation on council to do something that, one, it mightn't think is necessary, and two, to do it straight away when it can't really do it feasibly.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Very briefly, Councillor, I've got two people.
Thank you. There are
with their
hundreds
names.
of kilometres of unformed roads, some that's not even got a track on them. So we're not going to, I really believe that the road manager can go and put signs on roads now without council's permission as the road manager. So this is because it came to council, it's coming back. And that's just saying, and more than likely, the only time you're going to have an issue is when someone wants to build a house on a road. So the two clauses are built together. These people have built a house on a road without knowing, and two businesses, I might add, without knowing, without even inquiring whether there was a road there. So this is to stop that. And we have had King & Co here speaking to us about this in a very long session. There's been 10 information sessions around this.
No, I don't disagree with anything you said, and I don't think it's quite to the point I was raising, but...
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Shine. I think you could wordsmith that first line, make it that council as specific case of council consider. And when
We'll move into that kind of part of this discussion when we finish the questions. There's two more questions I'll allow. Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Bonhoff.
Oh, Mayor, mine's been addressed, thank you.
Sorry?
Mine has been addressed.
Thank you. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wanted to talk about the cost implications of Part 2. Mike, were you saying the costs were 25,000 or 35,000 in each instance? Sorry.
The initial and the $25,000, there's $25,000 referenced in the report, councillors, in the financial implications section on page 12 or 13 of the report. So that's just to do the roads that are sort of nominated within the report at this stage. Beyond that, so for 10 or so examples illustrated, as the line says here in the report, amount of approximately $25,000.
And then you were mentioning 106 roads that you were aware of that would come to council potentially for this treatment, and doing the maths on that, we're looking at a cost of $2.65 million for signs, and then you were saying that that would be accommodated within the ISG budget.
No, I'm not quite sure how,
You said that there were 106 roads that council was aware of.
160 requests
160 requests.
that are currently being assessed across all sorts of elements of the road network, a lot of them across this unformed road network. In regards to each of the signs are in the order of about $2,000 each, okay, for the larger warning signs. So, in essence, pending, as indicated there, it would depend very much on the number of roads, because you only, in some cases you might put up one sign, in other cases you might put one sign up at one end and one at another end. So it really just depends on the location, locality. So $2,000 a sign, even if it was 100 signs, that's only $200,000. And we wouldn't be putting up 100 signs in the next 12 months or next couple of years, I don't believe.
Sorry, I'm confused then. The 25,000 that's mentioned in the report
Is for approximately 10 for the locations. So if I can take councils to that section of the report, so there's clarity.
Are you talking about the 12 roads that are mentioned in the report, not 10?
There's the 10 or so examples illustrated in attachment 5. So that was noted example of attachment 5. If we go to attachment 5, if we could, of that report, please, Kirsten. So councillors may remember attachment 5 from last week, and attachment 5 just indicated to you on there's Ostrich Road there, then there's, if you go, keep just rolling through that, please, Kirsten. So that's what the 25,000 and is referring to, the different level of signage, to give you an example of the type of signage and also the locations where those signs would go. So as you can see, in some cases there's one at either end, in other cases there's only one of. So that's the reference to the costs. Attachment 5.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff, and thanks, Mike. Now, is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion in its current form? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks very much. And I appreciate GM Mike, the email last night, the heads up, and certainly the mover and seconder. Appreciate where you're coming from as well. But I guess we've spent, what have we spent? Probably close to 35 minutes or so discussing similar things that we discussed last week. And there's a couple of things that we need to consider, and that's particularly around the unintended consequences of what's proposed here before us. And I'd love for us to spend some time and actually dig a bit deeper in that in a workshop. One element that Councillor Carl raised last week, which I think is a really, really great initiative as far part as some of the solution, is to make sure that information is on a title search for a block of land. And I think if you were to go down the path of option 3, you'd need something like that included in it when you actually go to have a search on a piece of land. Otherwise, it'll get lost. So I think the intention's great, GM Mike and the mover and seconder, but I do think we've spent 35 minutes today discussing things that we could discuss in a workshop and probably get a better outcome with the collective view. I seriously do think that. So I applaud the opportunity to come here to discuss it again, but my intention is to vote against this motion and revert to the original motion recommendation from the committee.
Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? At this point, Councillor Carol Taylor, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I would. And I say again, I just don't think, and we're talking about the time we spend on this, we spend a lot of time on a lot of things, and I think this is very important. Not only is it important for the community to understand this, it's important the liability that people think that council carries. I've actually had threats over this last week about this, with a complete misunderstanding of what council's responsibilities are in this. There are hundreds of kilometres of road reserves all over Queensland that were put aside just after the turn of the century. Many of them will never be formed. But as our community grows, and most of them are on, there's farmland that have got to track down them to their farms. As our community grows, the land around Toowoomba becomes very desirable, and people go and buy a cheap piece of land which is part of an agricultural area and part of a historic subdivision that has been there for sometimes 100 years. So at the end of the day, that's what's happening. I want our community to understand this. It's not about council not looking after the roads. These roads have never been on council's maintenance register. They've never been registered as a road. They've never been formed as a road by our council or by the previous councils. And John Darien Shire has never maintained this road, the previous John Darien Shire, and ours hasn't either. This is to, number one, to try to make people understand before they've invested their money that they should check whether there is a road on council's road reserve, on council's road register, prior to endeavouring to build a house on it, because the number three then stops that from happening, because it'll be what is there already will be interpreted correctly, because it is now apparently, an all-weather road is apparently up for all sorts of interpretations. It isn't when you come from the west. And number two, as is number two, it stops people from, it spells out, as King & Co, local government solicitors and lawyers for over 100 years have suggested in their workshop to us here, that we should put signs up there so people know the condition of the road and then can drive at their own risk. So these are the two things that we need to do. I actually also haven't mentioned the fragmentation of agricultural land, because if we continue to, by our actions, encourage people to go and build on agricultural land and then ask for a road and ask for the pensioners in Toowoomba, Millmerran, Cambodia and everywhere else to contribute towards that, well, we're on a road to nowhere. Number one, we'll have no ag land left, and number two, council will not be able to do its daily function. So at the end of the day, I think I agreed with the original motion. That has been deferred by council. I think these two actually allow us to go forward until we come to whatever we're going to do in that motion and in that space. As I've said before, I do believe legally, and I'd like this checked, I believe the road manager has the right to erect signs as to the road condition as it is already. And I believe it's only come to council because it was in the original recommendation. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd ask the councillors to support this and try to understand the real position that we're in here and the message we're sending to other people in our community. Our community should not have to pay for what people should pay for themselves and what we all pay for when we buy our property. There's already the contribution has been made to council for those services, and in these instances it has not. And I suggest that it's about time we started to put it how it is. There's no magic pudding, there's no big funding tree down the back, and whatever somebody pays, and at the end of the day it's either everybody in our community pays or the people who are having the service pay. And this goes some way towards that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Look, I'll close the debate there. I think this is a very big subject. I ponder as to whether some of these historical subdivisions would be better off to be amalgamated in some way, but I don't know, would have to be the owner of the land to take that action in the first instance. But there's a tremendous number of these subdivisions. Surely, when someone tries to get a building permit to build on some of these subdivisions, this can be pointed out. That is absolutely critical. Yep. Okay, councillors, the motion is before you. There are 3 points there. I have to admit that not being here last Tuesday, I'm certainly catching up on some information here. So, can I ask those in favour of the resolution? Okay. Those against? The resolution is lost. Recorded, please. You've got that? Those in favour of the resolution, please. Councillor Carroll.
So are we calling for a division of the vote?
Calling
or
for a division.
Councillor Taylor asked for a vote to be recorded.
Sorry, Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Taylor asked for her vote to be recorded. I don't wish to have mine recorded.
You don't
So
wish to have...
that's not a division of the vote.
Okay. Well, Councillor Melissa Taylor, do you wish to have your vote recorded? Yes, please. So, are those in favour? Those against the motion? The motion is lost. Is there anything else that will come out of this in terms of a way forward?
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor, to go back to the original motion, the recommendation by committee, which was to defer.
Moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Von Hoff. You had a comment, Councillor Carroll?
No, Mr Mayor, I do. I'd ask the CEO to check on the issue I've spoken about. I believe the road manager has the power to erect signs as to the condition of the road, and that's operational.
Well, quite frankly, I believe that there needs to be a lot of discussion in the not-too-distant future about the whole issue of roads and how best we can get a lot more funding into roads. I've never had a worse time than I've had in the last few weeks with, it's not abuse, but advice I've been receiving from many, many people. So I think we need to somehow down the track have that discussion. Now, the motion's been moved by Councillor McDonald, the original motion. The seconder was Councillor Von Hoff. Anyone wishing to go into debate? If not, I'll put that motion. Those in favour? Those against? Would you wish to have your vote recorded? Yeah, thank you. That motion is carried. Okay, we'll move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment Community Report. There are 2 matters there. Does anyone wish to take any of those out? Councillor O'Shea, you're moving the receipt of that. Seconder, please. Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to Finance and Business Strategy, and this is where we do have matters to be taken out. That is item 4. It's to be dealt with separately. If you wish to leave the chamber. Oh, well, they're going now, so we'll do item 4. Apologise for having that slightly out of order, councillors, but it'll still end up the same way. We're dealing with item 4 in the absence of Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Summerfield, and a seconder, please. Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Could you get those 2 councillors back, please? Do wish to go into discussion around the confidential matter of this one here. Yep. Councillors, we do have now items 3 and item 6. You happy to move that?
No.
There will be further
we need-
discussion in
we need
respect
to
to
pull
item
out
6.
six.
Sorry, well, 6 is, but the recommendation was to come to this meeting, so it's another item at the end of the meeting.
So we really don't need to vote on item 6 at this point in time?
No, we do, because the motion was to bring it forward to this meeting, which it is a separate item in confidential, so we still vote on
Okay.
it.
So it will be
Sorry.
discussed in confidential.
Sorry.
So, Councillor Summerfield?
Sorry, Mayor, but I just wondered, to avoid confusion, we're all aware of that item further down on the agenda, but I think that reference needs to be made to that it will be dealt with in item
Yep.
17.
Quite happy with that.
That needs to be
We've
amended as
received
such.
item 6, but the matter will be dealt with in confidential. Is that okay to be included in the motion?
Well, the motion is the committee recommendation.
Yep.
So if you want to change that, we'll need to
No.
vote on that.
Well, there's no need
But
to change it.
there is no need to change it, it's just another item later in the meeting. Because it is to say to come to this meeting. The recommendation is to defer a decision to this meeting. So that's the committee recommendation, which it is. So we're now at this meeting, and it's item, whatever it is, 17.
So
there's no-
do you wish to make a judgment on that one, please?
Not making a judgment, just trying to provide some clarification. Councillor McDonald's quite right. The committee recommendation was to defer to this meeting, and at this point in time, you are voting on reception of the committee recommendations, and it will be discussed and further prosecuted later in the agenda.
So do we have you've moved, Councillor McDonald has moved, a second to Councillor McMahon, the receipt of items 3 and item 6. Those in favour? That's carried. All right. We move then to the Economic Development Committee. We move then to the Economic Development Committee report, and this is where Councillor Carl's declaration of conflict of interest comes in, and of course, Councillor Carl, the decision has long been made that you're able to stay in the room. And it's item 4, that's the confidential optional divestment strategy for the Central Highfields. Would
Mayor?
someone... Yes.
I'd like to vote against this. So does that actually have to be pulled out, given it's only one item, or do I just vote against the committee?
I think you'd simply go forward and you'll vote against it.
Okay.
If that's would be fairly normal, I think, Mr Acting CEO. Do I have a mover, please, for the divestment of Highfields? Councillor McMahon and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Those against? Do you wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor Summerfield?
Absolutely, please.
Thank
My
you.
reason being that this should be done faster, not slower. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that matter's carried. We move then to item 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement as at June 30, 2022. General Manager Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the Executive Performance Report for the period ending 30th of June 2022, as per Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. So this is our management accounting result for the end of the financial year. So the June implications, if we go to page 18 of 209 of Diligent Boards or page 2 of 7 of the report, you will note that rate arrears at the 30th of June were 4.29%. That's compared with 4.56% at the end of June last year. So trending very well and below our target of 5%. So great result and represents a lot of hard work from the rates and revenue team, just following up on those outstanding accounts and ensuring the money keeps flowing in. Sale of land process for 2022 has commenced, and there was a report adopted at the June ordinary meeting. So at that time, there were 53 properties with over 877,000 outstanding. So I'm pleased to report that figure is down now to 39 properties and 548,000 outstanding. So again, tracking very well at this stage. The financial performance summary is provided on page 6 of 7 of the report, at page 22 of 209. So that table at the bottom of this page provides detail by group of capital programme delivery for council for the financial year. And there is a detailed report by project provided in attachment 2. So if I move along to the consolidated financial performance statement, so page 25 of 209. So overall, we have a 2% variance in operating income against budget and a 1% variance in operating expenditure against budget. The actual rates and levies for the year total 285.4 million compared with a budget of 287.2 million. There's a 1% variance, or approximately 1.8 million. This variance can be attributed to water consumption. We had budgeted for a consumption of 11.7 million kilolitres, and the actuals were 10.8 million. So with fees and charges, so we have several operational areas above budget, including water infrastructure services for private works, waste services for waste management facilities, environment and regulatory services above budget for parking penalties, dog registrations, construction and maintenance above budget for private works, and we have development services, regional architect and heritage, and development engineering and plumbing all achieved above budget and operational income. Interest received is above budget, with council benefiting from the recent Reserve Bank interest rate rises. So within the grants component of the budget, 5.7 million of this can be attributed to the financial assistance grant, which was received early in the financial year for the 22-23 financial year. So if we move to operational expenditure, you note that labour is 5 million below budget. We currently, at the end of June, had 193 vacancies. So out of those 193 vacancies, 134 have requisitions to progress to the recruitment stage. And in the month of June, there were a total of 119 active recruitment processes, with 50 processes finalised and letters of offers issued to successful candidates. An additional 17 candidates are currently at the offer stage, and 19 undertaking pre-employment checks. So this was at the 30th of June. So that indicates that at least 36 new appointments to occur during July. Within the materials and services budget, we are 12.5 million, or 9% above budget. So contract labour for the whole of council was 6.3 million for the financial year, compared with a budget of 4 million, so 2.3 over budget there. Flood recovery works for the February events onward during the last financial year, we incurred $6.2 million in expenditure that hadn't been budgeted. So the income for that will be recognised in the current, received and recognised in the 22-23 financial year. We had total expense capital during the year of 4.25 million, so this is quite a high expense capital, and some of this can be attributed to software as a service, which had previously been recognised as capital expenditure and has moved into the P&L. The remaining two components of the operating statement, finance costs and depreciation, are both within budget. If we move to capital, again, our capital income below budget by 9 million, or 13%. So capital programme delivery has been impacted by recent rain events, supply chain issues, and we did not meet grant funding milestones. So these income amounts are not in jeopardy at this stage. They'll just be deferred. Within construction and maintenance, with 3.8 million below budget, and that was due to wet weather events and, again, supply chain issues. Within our property services, we have grant acquittals have been completed and submitted for the RSL building, for Yarman Pool change rooms, for the Oakey Aquatic buildings, but the payment hasn't been received and therefore not receipted in the financial year. Within infrastructure charges and, again, the cash component, we did reduce that at budget review 2, but obviously didn't reduce it sufficiently. Contributed assets, we had lower than expected developments coming off maintenance, and therefore were unable to meet the full year budget there. The sale of assets, we increased this component of the budget at budget review 2, and the amended budget has been received. Moving to capital expenditures. So total capital expenditure for the month of June was just over $33 million, bringing that total for the year to 154.8, 27 million below the revised budget of 181, 32 million below the original adopted budget. At the end of June, we had $91 million in commitments. So that's where purchase orders have been raised and commitments from council to finalise 21-22 events, but also for 22-23. So again, the challenges experienced with delivering the Capital Works programme include the wet weather and some of those significant rain events, contractor availability, the high number of staff vacancies that were experienced throughout the financial year, and supply chain issues.
Are there any questions or any comments in respect to the financial report? Councillor McDonald and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to GM Anne-Marie. It's probably more a question for GM Damien, in fact, in regard to smart meters and how that's coming along. But a question on notice, Anne-Marie, if you don't mind, given the increase in income from dog registrations, I wouldn't mind a bit of an email or an update on, I know we had a program that went through as well to make sure that dogs were registered, but it'd be interesting to know, even historically, how this year has tracked to the previous 2 years in regard to dog regos. Anecdotally, it seems every second or third house has purchased a dog through COVID, so I just wonder how accurate that is coming through to us as an organisation and what that means going forward. So there's a question I noticed there.
Happy to take that
That
one,
would be
yes.
great. So, Mayor, maybe a question that GM Platts might like to answer. I was trying to sort of fill in a gap for to get to the stage, but it's in regard to the smart meters, and noting that on page 36 of 219 on board books, we talk about the smart meter program region-wide. And again, Damien, this might be a question on notice, GM Damien, but if you can give some context to that, noting that that we had a revised budget of 1.8 million and we've spent 1.4, which I would have thought would be reasonable, yet the variance is still, a reasonable amount as well. I just wondered if you could give us an update on how that's tracking and what that actually means.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff, and through you, Mr Chair. I've got Phil McEwen, who is the project manager, down the back here, so if I get anything wrong, Phil will jump up and come straight to the front. There are approximately 2,000 metres which are in the ground in service at the moment, and we're bringing an information session. We're trying to schedule that. We was scheduled for late August. It's now September, in relation to bringing the councillors up to speed on how the proof of concept is going, and showing you all how the app is developing. So there is some great deal of development work which is being done in the back, in the ICT, in the spine of this, so that we'll talk to our systems, generate the bills, and that is the purpose of the proof of concept before we come to council for the gateway decision on rollout or non-rollout of the smart meters program.
Thanks, Chair. One final question, if I could, just for the GM of Finance and Business, Anne-Marie. In regard to our projected carryovers, which were just over 25 million for this current financial year, noting that we've recorded today close to 27 million, just over 27 million. How do you propose those carryovers will flow through, perhaps at BR1, and how does it impact our cap, if you like, of our Capital Works program?
So, but the budget review will provide us with an opportunity to review the full Capital Works programme for 22-23, looking at the delivery potential, looking at opportunities to push some projects out. But our intent at this stage is not to raise that Capital Works programme, to maintain it at 150 million plus quarantine projects and absorb the carryovers within that.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, you've got a question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, is this the first time that the Capital Works summary report's been included as a public document?
It is.
Yeah, I
yes.
just really appreciate it. I think, like as a member of the general public, for them to go through and have a look. Is there a way for them to be able to scan it or to be able
Search.
to, index it or...
That process is under development. So this was a request from last month's ordinary meeting to include the report, which we will do on a quarterly basis, and it's certainly a work in progress to have that on our website where the general public can go through and search for projects.
Brilliant. That's great. The only other thing I wondered whether, because, you know, on face value, there's a lot of projects that have 0% completion, and I wonder, you know, there's always commentary around why it's not that it's just, you know, been too slack or whatever, and I wondered, is there facility, or is that too hard to put some sort of commentary around it? Or
That's something that, again, that's a work in progress, the commentary. So for the first time, we have provided councillors with the commentary, but that's not in the public document at this stage. Just we need some refinement in that space.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a question?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. So just in relation to the procurement you mentioned earlier, you'll recall I've asked previously the difference between what's actually delivered on the ground and what's simply been procured being reflected in the budget. It's really important that we understand those two. They're two totally different things. And have we got clarity around that?
And so if we go back to the table at the bottom of page, the financial summary, just about 3 pages forward, Kirsten.
Page 22.
22.
It's at the bottom of this page here that we're on.
Oh, there we go.
You keep going just down a little bit further. So it's the practical completion, that's 73%. Does that help? So we've got the actuals, 85%, so that's the dollar completion.
That's financial completion, the 85%.
That's the financial completion.
And the 73% is the...
Weighted average of the practical completion of the several hundred projects that are included in the overall programme of works.
So that's taking off the ones that are simply procured?
So that we've procured, that figure is provided by the program managers, the project managers of the practical completion. So the 85% is what has been that's our actual procurement, what we've spent. So the commitments are where purchase orders have been raised. So the purchase orders can be raised for projects for several years, over a couple of years. For example, Highfields Library, that we know goes over 3 financial years. So the purchase order would be raised for that one, and that would be part of our commitments. But the practical completion on the attachment A, that's the far right-hand column. So we're depending on each project manager to complete that. So how much of the project has actually been completed? And that's the weighted average figure that's provided there. So you've got your dollar completion and your practical completion.
Okay. I might try and line up a workshop, meeting with you at some stage to discuss that further, so I don't want to take up today's meeting. Also, when you say the project managers, does that come out of EPMO or individual departments?
Individual asset custodians, whoever, there's different staff members responsible for different projects. So we're depending on those project leads to complete that column.
Okay. That will eventually happen though, won't it? That EPMO will be where all that information is collated to and
Yes.
sourced from? Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think it's been a pretty good result overall, and but I just wanted to, through you and through Anne-Marie, to congratulate. I don't know how Brenda Kelly has managed in Fleet Logistics with all the shortages that are around in both the yellow and the ordinary fleet, has managed to complete and achieve as much as she has. And I'd have to say that it would have been an enormous amount of work has gone into that. I know it's a team effort, but at the end of the day, I just wanted to highlight that. It's just amazing effort. And through the year, there was all this, concern about what was available. And I can tell you it hasn't changed. There's still a lot of shortages, so I don't know how she's done it, or the team's done it, but I'd just like to highlight that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Tim McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Anne-Marie, just on the Capital Works summary report, if I could take you to page 27 of 34, we're talking about resheets on gravel roads, and I appreciate this was all information session yesterday. There's a whole bunch of them, 100%. Well done, Mike, to you and your team. And then there's resheet programs for North, Central and South with 0% completion under them. I very much understand perhaps what's gone on there. I mean, it only had a $5,000 budget, but I suppose I'm worried about the community perception that we have resheet programs with a 0% practical completion. And I appreciate there's probably a good answer to Mike.
Councillor Tim, I just point you to the actual description, project description, those last three items in that resheet. It says the 22-23 resheet program. So that was just those $5,000 were just some prep works in respect to those three. So that's just so that planning and different things can happen in that space. So it doesn't mean that it hasn't started or anything like that. So you can see the quantum, the millions of dollars above.
Yeah, it was only $5,000.
Yeah, so nearly $6 million in resheets across the board.
Yep.
Yeah, so what we do with a lot of our programs, we have the next year's program, the prep and planning for that next year program flagged in the current year so that we can get on and be start working in that space as much as we can as well.
Just perhaps as a comment, Mike, the ones above at 100%, again, congrats to you and your team. Is there a way that we can perhaps present those statistics a little different, knowing that roads is quite in the public eye at the moment and a public-facing document that says for part of it we're hitting 0%? I'll leave it at a comment. Thanks.
Yeah, it says 22-23.
Yep.
We've just started.
Yep.
Are there any further questions in respect to the monthly financial performance statement? If not, would someone like to move its receipt, please? Councillor Shine and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. We move there to item 10.1, planning and development, and Michelle's here to present that today. In the absence of Stuart, who's not well.
Thank you, Mayor. And item 10 you have in your business papers. I'm able to take questions on any of those items.
Are there any questions for Michelle? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Michelle, I was just going to ask about the 60% of the decisions within statutory timeframes. Is that just a staffing issue? Is that, that's on page 2 of 3, up the top?
Councillor Megan, I might have to take that one on notice. I can see here that that was for the June period being determined within the statutory timeframes. It perhaps reflects some complexity of some applications, but I'm happy to follow that up and email councillors.
Thanks, Michelle. Sorry, I should have given you prior notice, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Are there further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 10.3, the infrastructure services report. 10.2, water and waste, sorry, my humble apologies.
Good morning again, councillors. Take the report as read, Mr Mayor, and go to questions.
Councillor Von Hoff, you've got a question, and Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, General Manager Damien. On page 2 of the report, we've got the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant upgrade. And the question is, how is the schedule going for those works?
Councillors, there's a schedule which was in the contract that is being proposed by Fulton Hogan, and we're going through the assessment of that re-proposal. At the moment, the October 2023 deadline for under the original contract is in doubt. So we are going through a reprogram of that Mount Kynoch upgrade. We'll bring that to council in the fullness of time as it goes through the project board.
Okay, so I guess we'll wait for more details. When are you expecting that reschedule to be back to the project board?
We received it on Wednesday and then received another version on Friday night, or 2 versions on Friday night. So it is under active review at the moment.
Okay, so we'll know more about the October 2023 deadline and you'll bring that to council?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Damien. In the monthly reporting on page 2 of your report, I noticed that we have about 100 megs a month in system losses in Toowoomba City. Just wondering if you could talk through that number. Is it of concern to you and ways of getting that down?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Tim, and it goes to Councillor McDonald's earlier question about smart meters. That is one of the ways to understand precisely how leaky is our network and getting what we call a mass balance. That is how much water comes into the network, and you'll see in there we've also got some flow meters. So we have various pressure zones. So knowing how much water comes into the system, which pressure zone it's in, which pressure zone it moves from one pressure zone to another pressure zone, metering all of that. And then the smart meters will help to understand and identify leaks not only for on the customer's side, which will help the customer, but also help us understand a mass balance of how leaky the network is. Ultimately, there are a number of places where we have unaccounted for water. So some of those are unmetered legal connections, such as a fire service. And in some instances, those fire services are used in ways which are not putting out a fire or testing that system. So there is a number of steps that we want to take. First most important step was the bulk smart meters in the network, in the pressure zones, and then the smart meters at the point of connection to the network is the next logical place to start eliminating in a systematic and methodical way the system losses, because I don't believe that's unaccounted for water, but I don't believe it's all as leaky a network as that number suggests.
Thanks for the answer. Good answer, and I think we'll look forward to probably a few years before we start getting data on smart meters, but thanks for being on it.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, question.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Damien, the RO plant in Clifton, when can they expect to have some water?
It's in production today, and it's been in production. We had a couple of teething issues as you commission these pieces of kit. So it is delivering water to the people of Clifton now.
Oh, so it is. So with this tank being dechlorinated and all of that, it's still able to, we're still able to supply the GAB water?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Maybe a question on those for you, Chair, to Damien. It's actually the last dot point around the green waste processing. 3 contractors, over 15,000 tonne of green waste have been processed. When we say processed, what does that actually mean for the author?
Essentially mulched up.
And then, so is that part of the, monthly you can go and grab some mulch? Is that what that means?
I might take that question precisely on notice for you and come back to have a a conversation, Councillor McDonald,
just
because there's
an
some
email would be fine.
free mulch which
Yeah.
is provided to ratepayers,
Sure.
but some of this material is also due to any sort of form of contamination from those green waste bins. We use some of that material ourselves.
Sure. No, that makes sense. Okay. That's, if there's anything further, you can shoot it through on an email, be fine. Damien, that's okay. Thanks.
I think a broad email to all the councillors would be of value. I think that's an interesting point. Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, can someone move the receipt of that report, please? Councillors Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield, those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, item 10.3. Now it's over to you, Mike. Sorry to give you that bit of a start before.
Good morning again, councillors. Report for Infrastructure Services Group for the month of June is before you, tabled. Another busy month. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Von Hoff, then Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, thanks, Mike. At the first point under innovation, our council's first fully electric vehicle, which was procured and delivered in June. And the question is, where is it charging? Is it charging out at the depot at a charging station there, or using existing charging station infrastructure across Toowoomba?
I'll just ask GM, Acting GM Kevin Jeffries to just say where he's got the vehicle.
Kevin, you have the answer, it
I
appears.
do. Morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. Yes, we are just charged under the in the basement in the Airy Street building. So we've got a charging point for that vehicle.
Just
because
here?
it's just out here.
Yeah, great.
Because it's the main use of it will be around the CBD areas. There will be some schools in the future that we'll look at, but the bulk of its time will be in this this location. So yeah, we store it down there and plug it in down there.
Very good.
Councillor Shine, you have a question?
Yes, I do, sorry. Thank you for that. Just under petitions, the Curzon Street Mount Lofty request for speed limit review and installation of traffic calming devices. I'm pleased to see that being recorded. And as a result of quite a few requests as to what's happening, I would ask if you're in a position to give us an estimate of the time it might take for the response to be provided to the customer, please.
It'll be in the next, just trying to think, I've seen this one come through, so it'll be very shortly, in the next couple of weeks at the latest, if not before, could be out already. Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. My question's to Mike about the electric vehicle and charging stations in general. So I see that the Queensland Government has committed $10 million under that electric vehicle charging infrastructure scheme. And I wondered whether we had investigated that and what our intentions are in that space.
I might take that as a question on notice. We have continuously looked at some opportunities that the state government comes out with these different initiatives. Some have been more targeted to the private sector, and also they've also been targeted to certain routes, you might say. So I'll just take on board that latest one on notice and come back to you in respect to the Pacific one.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, it states that the scheme works in partnership with local government and private industry to go Queensland's fastest charging network and improve regional connectivity. And I note, reading the report or the guidelines, that we're in Category A or something, which is, to do with the Warrego. So I thought that sounded. It's only just been released, I think.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, it was a matter that was brought up at the Council of Mayors for Darling Downs and South West, brought forward by Mayor Stuart McKenzie from Quilpie, and there'll be a letter going off soon to the government in respect to the network not stretching far enough west to allow them to get electric vehicles getting out that way. So I think Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carol Taylor would have heard that the other day. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Mike. Mike, work on roads application, it's taking a lot of capacity and a high level of review and resubmission. What's the issue there? The guidelines have changed, have they?
So looking at temporary works?
Work on road applications underneath the photo of the bus.
Yep.
There, thank you.
Yep. I think the key thing, as you just pointed out, Councillor Taylor, is there was a lot of updating and over the last couple of years by Transport and Main Roads, actually at a national level, with the latest release and update version coming out in December. And unfortunately, a lot of industry hasn't been able to keep up to speed with all the required changes. And that's definitely been one of the challenges, be it those that design temporary traffic management schemes or whatever. So that's been a real challenge. We've actually got planned in August a session where we have got Transport and Main Roads on board and some other private sector persons that are involved with temporary traffic management. And we're going to run some education sessions here in Toowoomba. And we're going to actually run an internal one for our own staff and then 2 externally focused sessions. One will be to the development industry in particular, and the other session open more generally to the public realm. So we're trying to take a bit of initiative there to give opportunity to those that are in this sort of industry or need to do temporary traffic management work, a little bit more insight, and give them the opportunity to ask questions to people that are some of the key leads here in the state of Queensland.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor McDonald, you have a question?
Thanks. So just to comment on that, thank you, through you, Chair, to GM Mike. Thank you for that, to have those sessions. That's great. Could you broaden it to even event organisers and those sorts of people as well? Because that seems to be something that's coming through, even from a traffic management from an Anzac Day service or something like that is becoming more onerous, as I understand it. So perhaps it may be a different session, but certainly speaking about the running festival that was scheduled for September has now been postponed, well in fact cancelled, due to a cost in the vicinity of $40,000 for road or traffic management for that particular event. And that's just an extraordinary amount of money for someone to sponsor when there's very little return. So it would be really valuable from an event perspective, and it might be something to talk with the community development team to perhaps get them involved, if it's that session or another session, because it's a lot of these rules, as you've said, aren't put in place by local government, but they're often administered by local government. So we might need just to give people a bit of education and assistance, and where we can help, we will, if that's reasonable.
Yeah, so this is, obviously we'll see what level of interest we get out of running these sessions. As I said, the sessions, as I said, the staff, the development industry, probably our other key player. The one that's in the public realm is, I think, in the early evening. So trying to put it at a time that each session goes for about 2 hours with some presentations and question time. So I'll keep councillors informed as well. So if you've got, once we've formalised the paperwork, if you want to pass it on to persons or community organisers that you're aware of, please do so.
Are there any further questions in respect to Councillor Von Hoff?
Just one last one, sorry, Chair, through you. Mike, on page 2 of the report, that the news that Council's been successful in getting some funding through the Department of Transport and Main Roads for the 22-23 Cycle Network Grants Program for 3 of those projects. Some of them is just design and business case analysis, but one's for some construction. $400,000, which is very good. The question is, the work that has been done so far in parts between Highfields and Toowoomba in that cycle network with TMR, and there's still those sections incomplete. When is that going to fall into this grant rotation, or what's the plan again with that? Could you just remind me, please?
Yeah, that project in itself, the Highfields Toowoomba Cycleway project, sits wholly within Transport and Main Roads.
Yeah.
So we don't get we don't get involved in a manner such as this. So we're not part of putting in for grants or anything. So TMR are rolling that out as part of their Cycleway program for the region. So they are in, I know on some sections they're in various points of planning. I think the next section that they've got not far from construction is the section to the what would be south of the Christian College. And I also aware of being involved with a lot of planning work that's happening within the city here, coming in from Harlexton, coming in and all the way into the city, which is a very complex piece of work because it involves Queensland Rail as well. So there's lots of thinking going into that opportunity.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that update, Mike, and go TMR.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mark, for your report. This is my question is in regards to the NHVR, the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator. We did speak about this recently at one of our committee meetings, but I just want to talk about and want to understand more about the increase or the significant increase over the last 4 years of requests. So I want to understand what impact that has on our staffing resources, but also what that does to our road network as well. To have that significant increase of heavy vehicles on our network would add extra stress, I would believe. And also, do we know why? Is it because of the development in renewables, infrastructure being built?
In essence, I'll go back to front on your question, if you like. Yes, things such as renewables, the ag sector. Obviously, the last couple of years, the ag sector has been better than the previous few years with the drought earlier on. There's a lot happening out in that sector, particularly feedlots and different things like that, the developments that we're having across our region. Moving back from that, you're very correct in regards to the impact on our network. Be it, this is just a representation of those larger items of transport, like the Type 1, Type 2 road trains, that are required. As you can see there, Type 1 road trains make up 1,780 of those movements. So it's the ag sector that is the biggest contributor to that impact. Noting that our roads were built many decades ago, the types of traffic, the types of heavy vehicles that are now being requested that just on a daily basis on our network are a lot more in many cases than the network can handle, and hence particularly through wet periods you then get the damage that we're seeing across the region.
So just to follow up, if I may, then my concern then, Mark, is that if the wet weather and the increased traffic on the road network, which is typically on state road network, I'm assuming, then sometimes or regularly those heavy vehicles then take shortcuts or other road ways on our network. So how does that affect our network and our maintenance and our upkeep of our road network because of the increased volume?
Yeah. Look, it's an ongoing challenge. I'll give it, majority of the trucking industry is pretty good. They keep to the network where they get approval to use. If they come off the state network due to issues on the state network, normally they make representation to us. But I suppose the point to also look at is that if we didn't have, in say this case, 1,780 road train movements, that would double up and be, 3,500 normal semi-trailer movements. So that's, that's what this is. So there's a benefit to have the road train from it actually, though it has the impact of maybe in essence of about 1.5, 1.8 sort of semi-trailers rather than 2 semi-trailers. So it's trying to, the impact it has on the network. So it actually, there is some benefits to having the larger vehicles on the network, because if you didn't, you'd have a lot more smaller trucks. So there's pros and cons either way when you look at that. But yeah, right, it's a very, as you can see, the volume is ever increasing. The last point which was your first question around our own internal resources, definitely under strain, and we're dealing with these. We meet our time obligations under the NHVR portal requirements as a consent road manager. But we've got a few things in play there at the moment that we're trying to improve on the resourcing availability in that space.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move item 10.3, the infrastructure services report, please? Councillor Melissa Taylor has moved and Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded.
Thank you, Councillor.
Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, I think it's smoko time. Would someone like to move that we adjourn?
No, happy to adjourn for 15 minutes.
10.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Councillor Shine, seconded that. Those in favour? So, Kevin, you'll have to just be a little bit patient for a little while. Well, councillors, we'll resume the meeting and we'll introduce now Kevin Jeffries, the Acting GM in Environment and Community Services, for his report. Kevin.
Thank you. Morning again, councillors. The report is there tabled for your information. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Kevin. Kevin, thanks for the report. This doesn't refer necessarily to dot point 3 in the Library and Cultural Services, but it's related to it. So page 80 of 219 talks about a special Reconciliation Week story time, which I guess was the one in Reconciliation Week, 27th of May to the 3rd of June. But I just wanted to acknowledge the support of that same team for NAIDOC Week, in particular at the Good Shed, where we had, I'm pretty sure it was First Five Forever or storytelling and what have you down there. Going to where the people are was a really great initiative, so I just wanted you to pass that on to the team, if you wouldn't mind, because I think that was...
I'll pass that on.
That was a great initiative, and the last one was just to compliment the Friends of the Escarpment Park for the work that they do, as we have done on many of occasions, but to work at 13 different parks across the region, doing weed control, I think that shows a good level of support as a volunteer organisation to the council and the community. So really just a couple of comments, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, a question and then a comment, if I might. Hello. Morning, Kevin. The first is on page 1 of the report, under the Library and Cultural Services subhead. Point 2, the First Five Forever program. It's one that I talk about a lot. I am really passionate about early education. And I was looking into the First Five Forever program, and I hadn't appreciated previously that it's a Queensland Government initiative. So then that raised questions with me about, is funding ongoing for that program, or was it something that was initially funded by the state government and now Toowoomba Regional Council funds it? What is the funding situation, and are there KPIs tied to that?
So the funding is through the Queensland State Library Service.
Okay.
We provide the actual service and their program, but they provide the funding for it. It has been ongoing for a number of years. I'd have to check, unless Nick knows.
I do know a little bit more background if it helps try and answer the question now. So it was...
I brought my support person.
Happy to be your support person too, Mr Jeffries. It was originally initiated by the state government, so it wasn't a TRC initiated program. State government initially funded for a period of 3 years, I think. I can't remember how long ago. And then for a period of time, it had been ongoing with annual funding, so there was some uncertainty as its continuation. But I think it was probably a couple of months ago here we reported in the group report that they'd committed to another period of 3 years. I don't think it was last month, it would have been May.
That's right,
maybe.
so 3 more years.
I think that's it.
And are there KPIs tied to that funding?
I'm sure there are. I don't know what they are, but there will be some deliverables that they'd like to be seeing from us. Perhaps not KPIs, but certainly deliverables around certain programming.
Would I be able to get, or would councillors be able to get some information about those deliverables, please?
I'll take that one on notice and
Thank
provide
you, that would be
information.
great. And then the other, through you, Chair, the comment was the following page. One of the, under Parks and Recreation Services, the second stage of upgrades to the Amos Road Fire Access Trail in Jubilee Park being completed, and that it was during this construction, during construction of the trail, that emergency services used the trail to help a mountain bike rider who was injured, and it's really just a prop to the team. I know that those fire trails are labour intensive, but really important, and how good that there was a secondary benefit from those trails. So just congratulations to the team for that great work.
Councillor Melissa, you've got a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kevin. This isn't in your report, so you may have to take it on notice. but I note that Toowoomba Carnival Flowers is just around the corner. But I'm really keen to understand what our local procurement percentage for the Carnival Flowers is. I know there was quite a lot of discussion around last year's Carnival of Flowers about utilising our local businesses, whether they be franchises who employ local people. And I just want to know, do we have a percentage of the local procurement for Carnival of Flowers to date?
Yep, we will do, and I'll get that information. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I will get you that information.
That'd be great. I just want to understand where we are tracking with that coming up to Carnival of Flowers.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Kevin, I just wanted to pick up on weeds. Usually Nick writes a comment in the General Manager's report about supreme grass growing conditions or something similar, but there are also tremendous weed growing conditions. And certainly if I'm reading your report from FarmFest, that was the ongoing community concern in their interactions with FarmFest. Certainly I'm getting a lot of emails lately of different types of weeds, and I'm getting my head around a lot of them, different names, sort of poking their head all over Toowoomba region. Whether the wet weather we've had has played a part in that. But I also know that it's not just a matter of sending someone out there to spray a few weeds. They're, in line with our biosecurity and our surveillance programs and all of that. But it does come down to funding. We may not have a person rostered on or with enough weed killer, or if it's a big scale job to go out there and do it. And it's all very scheduled and those kind of things. I'm just wondering, the funding for our weed spraying and general biosecurity concerns moving forward, do we need to look at that, or do you think we're adequately resourced with the weed outbreak?
They do have a scheduled and program of works, and obviously they've got to do the ideal time for particular weeds and so forth. And the growing conditions, as you know, we have had, and it's slowed down now, the grass growth with the warm weather and the wet weather. That a few months ago, that was a real issue in dealing with, and that's when you get a lot of weed growth as well. So I haven't had any feedback, and again, Nick might know as well, but I haven't had any feedback that they're not managing the program and that they need additional resources, whether it's chemicals. I think they've got. I think they're adequate with the chemicals and all those sort of things, and I haven't had any feedback that it's an issue.
Okay, thanks. I suppose the concern for me is you get a call from farmer A who lives, in one of the non-Toowoomba City parts of our region, really. There's a huge weed outbreak. It's flowering now. Can you get a guy onto it? And then it goes into the scheduled works, and in 6 months, when they get to it because they're busy, because there's a lot of weeds, it's rapidly evolved and there's a much bigger outbreak. So perhaps looking at some flexibility around.
Yeah, and there is some flexibility around the program, but I'd have to check it in detail.
Thanks, Kevin.
Are there any, Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Shine?
Thank you, Chair. And I am aware that when there is an outbreak that Gary Wilson particularly is right onto it, so hopefully that does happen. And forgive me if that question's already been asked. I did have to step out, but what are we doing about burning off, given that we've got a really big fire season ahead of us?
So we work very closely with QFES and our operational plans. At the moment, the burning, because of the conditions and the moisture conditions, we're not in a position to be able to do some of that burning, but we've still got a program, and I think we've advised council previously that program is now a 3-year program. So it's not trying to do it in a short window. We do have the opportunity to do burns right throughout the season, even summer. Sometimes summertime can be appropriate. So we've still got those identified areas still to be, some of them is to be burnt.
Thank you. So I suppose the question is, given we've had an extremely wet season and we do have a lot of material on the ground, which is different to what we've been dealing with previously.
Yes.
Has council looked at changing that, ramping it up to make sure that we get on top of it before we actually have a disaster on our hands? Because there is a lot of material out there and everybody in the bush is talking about it.
Yes, yep. And as said, right, we work very closely with QFES. The biggest issue at the moment is long grass rather than bushfires in particular. And if that fuel becomes dry, then there's likely to be fires with that. So again, we are working with QFES around how we deal with those, what areas we can burn, even to the point of road verge burning as well.
Would it be appropriate to circulate with councillors a copy of the program that's in place to commence, and so that we understand what's happening, so that when we're talking to people in the community, we can tell them that this is what's in place to start getting on top of it before it gets on top of us?
Yep. And it's not just a council program. There's a number of different partners within operating in this field. So QFES, a number of departments, Department of Conservation, they're all doing work, and we plan that as a group, and we do have regular meetings to go through that.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just thinking that we do have major asset along the escarpment, which would have a lot of fuel on it at the moment. Thanks.
Councillor Summerfield, if I can just say, the other day at the LGMG meeting where Councillor Taylor, Von Hoff and I were there, Kevin was there, I think there's an awareness amongst the authorities, particularly amongst the fire service and others, of the issues that you've brought forward. A serious awareness that there's a massive amount of green material that'll one day be very flammable. Just when that happens, we don't know, and it does present quite an issue for all of us.
It's good to hear that, Mayor, and I just hope that we're proactive on it, that's all.
Thanks very much. I've got Councillor Shine next.
Thanks, Mayor. Kevin, I note that the comments in relation to weeds, the mother of millions and rat's tail, now is the time, in my experience, to identify the mother of millions because they're out in flower, pink or red flower. Otherwise, they're extremely hard to locate, and the same with rat's tail as well. The question, though, is that in Somerset Shire or region, the council has a subsidised control program for farmers, whereby I think half the cost of poison is subsidised by the council. As you would be aware, the cost of poison is really expensive and going up all the time. Do we have such a program? And two, has that been considered in the past at all? And will it be considered in the future?
Yeah.
I know the answer to that one. No, we don't have a program like that, Councillor Shine, and yes, we have considered. In fact, we've talked about it in these chambers before. Landowners have a general biosecurity obligation to maintain pests and weeds on their own land, and council has limited and finite resources, and we focus our attempts around those lands for which we're responsible, roadsides and the like. We're available to provide advice and assistance and help with writing programs and the like for landholders, but at this stage we don't have such a program, and our consideration in recent times, I have to say it's been in the last 12 months, was not to introduce that.
Are there any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McMahon and O'Shea. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move to item 10.5, which is Finance and Business Strategy. Thank you, Kevin, and welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, morning again, councillors. Take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the General Manager? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a comment, I guess, if we could, Anne-Marie. You mentioned a little bit before around staff shortages or numbers of staff and how that's now I guess through measures of attracting staff, and the way we're doing that is coming back online. And it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next 6 months or so. But my comment, as it is at each of these group reports, is around the local spend, and in a very pleasing result, and it's got there as a highlight, a very pleasing result. It's a record number of local spend, and for 2 years in a row now we've gone over $200 million. When you consider it was only 10 years ago that we were, less than a quarter of that spent locally. That's, and I'll say it each month, and I'll say it again, if there's ever a way that we can support our community, this is probably the best way that we can do it, because it's not only for those businesses, they employ local people as well, and local families who attend local schools and shop locally wherever they possibly can. So this is an economic multiplier, and it'd be interesting to know if we had some economics around it, what the multiplier might be, whether it's 2 or up to 6 times. And talking to economists or listening and reading to what they say, that varies from industry to industry, but it'd be quite interesting to know what that actually would mean for our economy. And perhaps it's something that when we're talking to economists around other parts of our business, that might be something we could raise with them as something to take on note. But congratulations to yourself and the team. And I know it's a whole of council approach, and it's been a culture shift for this organisation, and we're working through that. And this is one of those clear examples of a strategy put in place and an operational team delivering on that strategy for the benefit of the community. So congratulations.
Thank you. I'll pass that one on.
No, thank you. I think, Councillor McDonald, that comment in respect to local spend is very important. It's something that we collectively ought to be very proud of. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, 2 questions. The first is on the first, they're both actually on page 2 of 4 of the report, and under the vacancies by group, and thank you, Anne-Marie, for the inclusion of that information. We see the breakdown by the department and how many staff vacancies there are in each. And the question is in regard to infrastructure services, which has the largest number of vacancies at the moment, 78 for the month, which is, very high. And the question I have is, do we have an understanding of how the distribution of those vacancies within the overall department is? And I mean, are they predominantly the construction and maintenance crews? Are they predominantly the engineering, or is it an even spread just across the board?
I'm happy to take that question on notice, but if you look at above that table, there is a comment there with the current vacancies that 124 of the 193 are in Stream A, with 66 in Stream B. So the majority of the vacancies are within our indoor workforce. But I'm happy to provide councillors with the breakdown of where the vacancies are.
That'd be great. Thank you. And then the other question I have is that the point just below that table says the Family Friendly Workplace Initiatives Working Group has subscribed to the Family Friendly Workplaces membership to access resources and expert support to guide us on our family-friendly workplace journey. And my question is, what's that about? What's the Family Friendly Workplace Initiative?
So we started off looking at a childcare strategy for the organisation, and it became evident that we can do much more than childcare. It's much broader. This is a much broader area to address the needs and wants of our workforce. We were looking initially at the childcare strategy within the CBD, but a family-friendly workplace stretches across the whole region, and it's ensuring that we have policies and procedures that the policies and procedures that we have in place are best practice. So we reached out. They were a federal government office, so we reached out to the office, and our policies are not up there yet for to get the accreditation that we'd like, but we will work with this entity to ensure that we're on the right track. It's going to take a while to get through, but it's all about that value proposition for our employees.
So that's really interesting, Emery, and I think I really look forward to what happens in that space, and I'm particularly interested to know then that our policies actually have to meet a national standard to get accreditation. So that's a pretty strong impetus for some of those policies to be revised, you know, the parental leave and so forth. So fantastic. I'll stay tuned. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 11, which is the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report and progress on the implementation of organisational culture improvement initiatives, July 2022.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, the reports included in your business papers for your reading pleasure, and I'm sure you'll have some questions for me. Slight change in format this month with the implementation plan for the organisational culture improvement initiatives included at this point in the agenda and the CEO's open report. So that's the change. No doubt you've noticed that, but happy to take any questions that you've got, and if I need to, I might rely on some other people.
Are there any questions for the Acting CEO, Councillor Summerfield, and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Thank you, Acting CEO Nick. I'd like to firstly congratulate you on getting this into the open session of council. I think that's a really good move on your part, so thank you very much for doing that. I come to P11 in the PCE report, which is on the first page, that leadership training for general managers, and that, you know, it was agreed that all people who supervise staff need to do that training. However, I strongly believe that we need to be leading by example, and I note that in this report, this urgent 1 to 3 month action is being drawn out over 18 months to include all staff. But we can do that, but I believe we need to start as soon as possible, given it was a 1 to 3 month directive back in November, that we actually get that general manager training underway as soon as possible, because it filters down then. You're leading by example for a start, but then your training is then filtering down through the organisation. So I'm going to keep asking this question every month, because I think it's a really important action that needs to be actioned as soon as possible. So I'm raising it with you again here today.
See, would you like a comment? And I might call on Rosita to add to this as well. It's my understanding that whilst that was identified as a recommendation to be completed in 1 to 3 months, it was agreed that rather than providing training just directed at general managers, that supervisors at every level of the organisation required training, and that we weren't looking to provide one set of training for one group and a different set of training for others, and it would take time to design that training. That design is underway and is progressing very well now, with engagement with the combined leadership team around what that looks like and what's necessary to be included in the training. And that's my understanding, Rosita. Yes.
Thank you. So as a follow-up, could we get timeframes at next month's meeting around when this load will be finalised, and a timing of when the program will begin rolling out?
Yes.
And I'm assuming it will begin rolling out from the top and work its way down?
Yes, so we can provide that information. We'll know that information in a month around that program, so we can include those indicative timeframes for the steps that will occur and when they're scheduled to occur. I'll include that.
Great. And once again, thanks very much for getting it in the open session. Appreciated.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Nick, I wanted to ask about the information session in relation to development of the new corporate plan. So what is going to happen there? Like, are we at a stage where we know whether it's going to be facilitated, or it's just such a critical thing that,
That question's one of the questions that we have for you when we have that information session. And it's my understanding the indications are that council would like that to be facilitated, but we'll check and confirm that with you through that information session. And the information session outlines the program, the timeframes, the critical steps that need to be undertaken to ensure adoption of that corporate plan ahead of expiry of the current one.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Nick.
Councillor Von Hoff, you have a question?
I do, thank you. Through you, Chair, Nick, thank you for this, and I support Councillor Summerfield in her thanks for getting this into the open session as we try to be more and more transparent as a local government. It's great. Asset management plans. And 5 of the 9 asset areas have now been signed off by the respective general managers, with the remaining 4 receiving final edits prior to general manager sign-off. Can you just talk about those asset management plans a little bit for us? What 5 have been completed, what's outstanding, and what the step is, I guess, after general manager sign-off? Do they go into risk registers? Do they go to the CEO? What are the steps thereafter?
Okay, so that the 9 asset classes for which we have asset management plans are parks and recreation, transport, stormwater, water, wastewater, fleet and logistics, property services, waste services and aerodrome infrastructure. And the 5 that have been signed off by the respective general managers of parks and recreation, water, wastewater, property services and waste services. 2 of the 4 that the report says are receiving final edits prior to the general manager sign-off, 2 of those have progressed from that stage since writing the report. So the edits have been, the reviews have occurred, general managers have made comment, that comment's been taken on board and further revisions made, and they're back with the general managers, and that's happened for stormwater and aerodrome infrastructure. So the other 2 being transport and fleet and logistics are still working through that feedback that's been provided prior to finalisation. So that'll happen over the next weeks or month. They're not far away from being completed. Our legislative obligation is to update our asset management plans every 5 years, but we're on a program of every 4 years, and we aim for that mid-term of the council, which is now a couple of years in. But the asset management plans in and of themselves have an improvement plan as a part of the asset management plan. So we're undertaking improvement activities in the intervening period. So it might be asset condition assessments, it might be regular review and update of the risk management register that's embedded in those. I think the next part of your question was what happens to them after they're signed off on. They're used by the business to plan for asset renewals and replacements, and they inform our capital works budgets and our maintenance programs. And like I said, I think the important part of those plans now is the improvement plan. What steps we're taking now to continue our asset management maturity journey so that we get better at that.
Thank you. It's so good to have all that information, Nick. I appreciate it very much. And it's obviously a really critical part of the business, so we know what condition all of those assets are in. And I guess there's opportunity for councillors coming up now that this is the time that those asset management plans have been signed off, for us to have an understanding of what's in them and if there are any particular risks that need to come to councillors' attention. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the Acting CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Jeff McDonald, those in favour? It's carried. Thanks, Nick. Move then to the my monthly report. There are a number of things in there that I will just highlight. The report's in front of you. But the visit by Glenn Butcher on the 27th of June was simply about promoting a media thing in regard to the Queensland budget. Did have the opportunity of taking up a couple of matters with him, including the issue that had been forgotten in the water pumping procedures. That was water from Cressbrook and Perseverance to Toowoomba. and he was a little surprised, but he took those on board. Civic Leaders Summit, and I was accompanied there, of course, by Councillor Summerfield, Melissa Taylor and Councillor McMahon. On the 1st of July, ComSec board meeting, which I chaired, and there was a vacancy as a result of the resignation from the Olympic Committee by Councillor Karen Williams. She's been replaced by Councillor Claire Stewart from Noosa. 2nd of July, I think, was a very special moment for Toowoomba when we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the opening of the Empire Theatre. And can I say it was one of those moments where I think the community should recognise what we owe to those people who had the courage to vote in favour of keeping that Empire Theatre and keeping it going. I took leave from the 3rd to the 10th, but I did return on the 8th, firstly for Jared Snyder's funeral, but secondly I met with Senator Carol Brown together with Councillor Taylors, the two Councillor Taylors and Councillor McDonald. Councillor Carol Brown is the Assistant Minister for Infrastructure and Transport in the new government, and I think it was a beneficial meeting. And I think from my personal perspective, there's a letter leaving today in an effort to A, thank her, and B, make absolutely sure that we get a conduit into the new government and get an opportunity to talk to those who we need to talk to. On the 12th of July, I flew to Cairns as a result of an invitation I'd had from the Torres Cape Indigenous Council Alliance regarding educational opportunities in Toowoomba. It so happened that that's their 3-monthly meeting on that particular day, which of course was the day of our committee meetings here. It was a very, very special meeting, and not only did we talk about the possibility of education, but I think there's also an opportunity for us to have some of their staff come here for experience, and they're very keen on that, so that will develop. As far as the education side of it's concerned, I'll hand that over now to Study Toowoomba, but there's around about 28,500 people in that area. It's called the Torres Strait Cape York Torres Cape Indigenous Council Alliance, and I think you'd find that there's certainly an amount of work that we can do. A, to bring those young people here, as Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, Councillor McDonald and I realised, quite impressed by the night that they flew home for their holidays and the value they were getting out of it. But I'm pretty sure that we can work with those people in those two areas. One would certainly be bringing children here for education, whether it be TAFE studies as well, whether it be university studies. So that'll be handled by Study Toowoomba. But in terms of any possible involvement of their staff coming here for training, I've handed that over to the administration to make some contact there. Chaired the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, and I was thankful to have Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Jeff McDonald attending that, and Councillor Summerfield online. It wasn't a happy event for the first hour because IT wouldn't work, but we eventually got through it, and I think we'll have to modify it. The day before the meeting, the mayors from all the mayors got together and had a strategic discussion about the future of this organisation. You see, it's not formally a ROC, it's simply a gathering of people who have an interest in a quarter of Queensland's land area and, 270,000 people. So we've decided that we'll continue in the way we're going with that group, meeting together. And one of the real reasons for that is the value that it provides to the various state and local, state and federal government bodies, because they can come to a meeting that we have and they have an opportunity to talk to people who represent 10 councils, who represent a quarter of Queensland's land area, and quite a few issues that come forward. So we've decided that we'll continue in the vein we're going, but what has happened is that there is a formal ROC being formed west, and that contains quite a few councils, contains 6 of the councils that are west of here, and there is a formal move coming forward out of the Southern Downs Regional Council to form a rock in this area. Now, if the rock is formed in this area, I have had a request from Tanya Milligan, the Mayor of the Lockyer Valley, to also be involved in that rock because of common interest. So we'll wait to see how that develops, and of course we ultimately will have to make absolutely sure that we find it of value to this council. Some of the things that came out of that particular meeting of the Council of Mayors Southwest and Darling Downs, as I mentioned before, was some more electric vehicle charging facilities further west. But importantly, there'll be a letter leaving today or tomorrow in respect to the issue that we face in this area with foot and mouth. I think if foot and mouth were to get into Northern Australia, given that we have 25% of Queensland's beef herd, given that we have 67% of the cattle on feed in Australia in this area, and given that we have massive problems with wild pigs, I think you'd find if it got here, it would be a tremendous problem. So a letter will leave today with the will of the Council of Mayors to make sure that we take far more precautions in terms of protecting this country. The matter of, there were a couple of other matters, but we had been talking about soil conservation. You remember having those people into the council meeting. They presented in a way to the Council of Mayors meeting, and we are trying to work on that, but we just didn't fit it in. The next meeting will have more work to be done on the soil conservation. It would appear the government is interested in reforming a soil conservation branch, as is the University of Southern Queensland in terms of supporting that. So I think it was a very successful meeting, and anyone who was there, Councillor Carroll or Councillor Jeffrey may wish to comment, but it was a particularly successful meeting, and I think there's a very good reason why the mayors from 10 councils should come together to have an opportunity to speak with many of the government departments and many other industry bodies that have been coming now. In fact, I think the days are just too full, to be quite honest. Comment, Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I actually have to say to you, I agree with you. It's a bit ambitious to try to fit so much in. I certainly see the need for it, and I think, you know, everything that was discussed there was of a high level, and it was very encouraging to see so many government departments represented so well at that meeting. I was quite amazed, actually. But I think that the program probably needs to go over, if you're going to have it, to go over 2 days, because you know, I think if you're going to assemble, I always feel this way, even when we have things here, if you're going to assemble people from all over the place, you need then to be able to, keep it on track, but you need to be able to have enough time for them, for the group to discuss their concerns, issues, and where to from here, all that. It needs to be enough time for that discussion to take place, and there actually wasn't, given there was probably an hour in the morning lost to IT, which happens here as well. It doesn't seem to matter where you go, but I still think it still wouldn't have fitted in, and I think probably the group needs to consider allowing more time to get there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Jeff?
I just very briefly, Mayor, congratulations on chairing what was a very full day and the afternoon before. I think the presence of Major General Jake Elwood was something that you might want to touch on, but also from our council perspective to have Jade and Matt present in regard to the building assessment that a service we're offering other councils was very well received by some of the councils, talking about, you know, staffing shortage and building assessments and the numbers of people that do that. You might want to touch on those couple of things.
Well, thank you very much for bringing that up. I intended to bring it up a bit later, but the fact that Jade and Matthew from certification were there, and they presented to these councils, many of whom would not find it practical to have a dedicated person for that job. So I think you'd find I think both Jade and Matt Jade has contacted me in regard to the value of that and the potential there is for a range certification to do a lot more work out there in those areas from time to time. In fact, I think they did some on the way out when they were driving out. So I think it's about cooperation, but Major Elwood and also Brendan Moon was there in regard to recovery, flood recovery, that kind of thing. So at least, we do have a strong contact with those people when we need them. And I did have the opportunity of spending some time with Jake Elwood over dinner, and I was able to tell him that just because we took him around and showed him how good we went with the mitigation doesn't mean to say we don't need money for further. So we got that discussion underway. So that was quite successful, and I don't think there's too much more. I would have to comment that of the generosity of this community when you look at what happened last Saturday evening with the Life Flight fundraising function, raising, $471,000, Councillor McDonald, who was MC. It really does show the value that this community puts on Life Flight. So I think we're very honoured to live in this kind of community where that generosity is available. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, congratulations to Lifelight and all those supporters. I think it's a wonderful outcome. I just wanted to talk about the education that you mentioned earlier about Torres Strait. So working at Downlands, they've been doing that for many years and it's been a very successful program. It always has its glitches, of course, because people are coming from so far away and struggling with such a big change in their environment when they're staying at the school. But it is a very successful thing to do and really appreciated by those people in the north that don't have access to education. But I just wanted to clarify, the TSB have actually clarified quite clearly that all domestic education comes under their TSB education section, branch, whatever you want to call it, and Study Toowoomba looks after international, and most of Study Toowoomba's funding comes from Study Queensland, and we are under rules or guidance where we need to focus on international. So this would actually come under the TSB education branch moving forward into the future. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, absolutely. And look, the reason that I made the decision to go up there and talk to that grouping of mayors was the fact that I had had a previous discussion with them and they actually invited me to come up and tell them what Toowoomba had available. And when you talk about Toowoomba and education, you talk about not only the schools that they're going to now. I think there's potential for many of these young people to be hosted in families and go to some of our extraordinarily good public schools as well as the private schools. I think there's real potential for young people to learn a trade in this area that would be so valuable to those communities. And look, I think the mayors from Torres Strait and the Cape York area will be having some very solid discussions with Study Toowoomba, and that's Study Toowoomba's job. It was my job just to get the thing started and get the word out there that we're available. By invitation, of course. I know you mightn't be happy with that, Councillor Summerfield, but that's my job.
I'm not at all worried about that, Mayor. I'm quite happy that you went up. You're our Mayor and you should be the one up there representing us. But I was just trying to clarify, it's actually TSB education branch, not Study Toowoomba, that will be overseeing that. Thanks.
Well, it's hard to draw a line between the two, I would imagine. I think it might be, the people I've been talking to, but I think the schools in Toowoomba have an opportunity to do a lot of good for these people up there in North Queensland. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim.
So, Mr Mayor, just commenting on that, a lot of the schools have been doing over the years, so it's appropriate that we try to expand that and use that probably as an example. You know, almost all the boarding schools have got people from the Torres Strait and New Guinea and give scholarships indeed to students who excel and who have that. So I suppose, you know, whose responsibility is can be sorted out later, but I suppose it's a human responsibility that we have to try to provide. I came from Durrumbandi and there was no high school there when I was growing up. A lot of people, I'm the eldest of 8, a lot of people couldn't afford to send their children to boarding schools and there were no subsidies in those days for people to go to boarding schools. So at the end of the day, it's the way the world will function and keep and stay innovative is for these people to have education. And when you educate one person, you educate a family. So I think it's most appropriate that we go and do what we can here. I think all our schools are, but it's just putting them in touch with the people who need them, I think. And I think that your visit and both Study Toowoomba and Tisby will probably expand on that. And I think it's a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
The private schools here are doing an amazing job with many of those young people, and for those of us who went to say goodbye to them just prior to Christmas when they went home, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor McDonald and myself, it was a very special moment for all of us and for them too. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Look, as a comment, I really appreciate the work that you're doing with Foot in Mouth, and if it were to get into this region, I think having an advocacy role that you're doing, I just support that, and I think that's good that that work is happening from a larger level than just Toowoomba region, and welcome that. But if I could also pick up on our role with partnerships with our Indigenous councils to the far north, I very much enjoyed my time at the Civic Leaders Summit with yourself, Councillors Nancy and Melissa, and sitting around a table with mostly Indigenous council elected members or staff members at it. Some of those who are now councillors in those communities spoke very highly of their time in boarding school in Toowoomba when they arrived and never been so cold in their life and used all the hot water at Downlands and those kind of things. But they're obviously the leaders in their communities now and have had a very good education here. So I very much welcome the continued education arrangements that we have and its continued use, whichever body it's through. But as well, when we come from a large council with 1,500 odd staff, when they come from a council with a few staff, and oftentimes their CEO is also their chief planner and their chief engineer, and just what the job description looks like up there. And so I also welcome where we can be involved in staff transitions, what's the word, where you swap them and working together for our staff working with them. I wonder if I could plant a seed that we take it further and look at councillor meetings on a formal council basis to some of those Indigenous communities. I think they'd very much appreciate the support, and I think we have a lot to learn about pride in your community, about local government, and about being a councillor and elected representative in your community. And there's some amazing partnerships with some of those smaller councils right to the top of our great state. So I certainly would like to look into the idea. We do sister cities, on the other side of the world in some cases, but forming a stronger relationship where councillors from here could go to visit a smaller Indigenous council in the northern tip of Queensland, and certainly those councillors could come here, and perhaps plant a seed to a CEO that might be a conversation we take a little further at a later date and see how we might work on those logistics. I certainly was invited to come up by many of the otherwise young councillors who are now the mayors of their communities up there and just see how they do it and reciprocate that. So I'd certainly like to see us looking into that. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments around the room? Do I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Bill Carlis moved it and Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item 13, which is proposed motions for the 2022 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference. Could you bring that up, please? Grant. Is Grant here? Wanted to have a look at the... Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Over to you, Grant, if you can want to take us through those motions for local government, please.
They are simply the motions that have been proposed by various people for your adoption today. They speak for themselves, I think, if you just would like to read them and decide whether or not they're acceptable or whether or not you'd like any amendments made.
Okay, motion number 1 is that LGAQ calls on state and federal government to develop and resource an expert security operations centre, SOC, for local government authorities as a shared service concept to improve cyber security management. Surely there's not too many people who would have an opposition to that. Councillor McDonald?
No opposition. In fact, I think it sort of stemmed from a discussion at our audit committee, in fact, and it's then got to this point, which is great. It just might need a slight change in the wording, Grant, in regard to the background second paragraph, where it talks about, the sentence starts, this is on page 100 of board books, a number of councils have entered into a partnership with Australian Signals Directorate. That just really needs to read Australian Cyber Security Centre. It's a different, the acronym's right, but the wording is incorrect. And then it talks that through, and hopefully I've got that information correct, Anne-Marie. It's just really a change in that first part. And that's, so therefore,
Yep.
that's really all, that's part of the motion, so it needs...
Are you all comfortable with that? I think this is a worthy motion to go forward. Is it okay if we move then to the second motion? That LGAQ make representations to the state government to include in the Ministerial Development Assessment Rules the topic of public health as a consideration for local government when determining a planning application. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may speak to that
Yes.
motion. Last week, during the consideration of the special meeting dealing with the proposed McDonald's restaurant at the intersection of Ruffin and Jones Streets, I foreshadowed my intention to seek to include a motion for consideration at the LGAQ conference in October this year. In my view, the application was properly refused on the grounds stated, including noise, traffic, etc. Unfortunately, Council was unable, in the sense it has currently no power under legislation or ministerial rules, to consider as a ground for refusal or agreement public health. This restriction is of significant relevance when considering, as we did last week, a fast food outlet literally opposite a primary school in what can be described as a lower socio-economic part of Toowoomba. From the applicant's point of view, being opposite within metres of a primary school would understandably be a prime site. Currently, one of the considerations councillors need to take into account, along with such matters as I mentioned, noise, traffic, drainage, etc., is not the health implications to the community. It is well known and of immense concern that obesity is a grave and growing health problem. The consequences to the health, particularly of our children, is self-evident, as well as obviously affecting the health, happiness and well-being of many members of our community. Obesity adds enormously to the ever-increasing need to expend public funds on public health. I believe local authorities can and should shoulder part of the responsibility to combat this serious problem, and taking action in the planning arena is a feasible, inexpensive and obvious tool at Council's grasp. There is nothing novel in this approach. For example, in England, over 50% of local authorities utilise this power to restrict the location of fast food outlets near schools. For example, restriction of a half a kilometre distance from a school gate is a common condition. These restrictions have been applied particularly in deprived socio-economic areas. In Australia, since the late 1970s, obesity levels have increased alarmingly. I've even read that, to our shame, Toowoomba has led the state, if not the nation, with respect to obesity rates, at least in the past. I believe Council needs to have the power to effectively promote the health of its citizens, particularly its children, and that the inclusion of a public health consideration in planning deliberations is not only proper, but highly desirable, if not essential. I commend the motion.
Okay, any other comments in respect to the motion? Did you want to comment on it, Grant, from a legal perspective?
No, I think it's fine as it's worded.
Sorry?
I think it's quite okay as it is worded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Councillor Megan?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. I swear I didn't collaborate with Councillor Shine over this, but when I saw that he was proposing to try and take this to state conference, I mean, it is something that I won't say I'm passionate about it, but I feel very deeply about it, and I think you've heard me speak about it before, so I did put some words together, and I'll try not to repeat what he had said, but the reasons behind choosing to eat fast food are complex. These may include convenience, price, easy accessibility, or personal preference. But if we are to talk about the social determinants of health, these are the non-medical factors that influence health outcomes. Health and illness follow a social gradient. The lower the socio-economic position, the worse the projected health outcomes. Have you ever heard of the term food swamps? It refers to communities, usually lower socio-economic ones, that are overwhelmed by low-quality food sources like fast food restaurants and convenience stores. A densification, if you will, of cheap food options. Councillor Shine's already covered the international stuff that I was going to say there. But Mayor, as a council, we have already dipped our toe into this pond as part of the excellent and extensive work that Melinda Covey-Hanson did during the Sport, Active and Healthy Lifestyle project. One of her many recommendations was, and I quote, limit access to fast food and unhealthy food through land use planning, including signage regulation. State governments shape the ability of local governments to effect change. If we as a society are serious about health and well-being, sustainability and environment, food waste, food quality and safety, social policy and planning, we need at all levels of government to have a cohesive, strategic and most importantly, aligned plan for action. So I so wholeheartedly support this proposed motion being submitted to LGAQ to be considered at the 2022 conference.
Look, I think there seems to be a broad support for this. Is it okay if we move on to the third motion?
Just before we do, could I omitted to mention the assistance that I received from the Council's planning staff in the drafting of the motion and the background and so on. I appreciate their help, particularly the General Manager.
Thank you very much. The third motion?
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, I have proposed a motion. It wasn't in the. It's a late item. Is it okay if we discuss it here? Can I bring that forward?
Yeah, look, I'm quite happy it comes forward. I think it's a relevant subject at this point in time and quite worthy of bringing forward. The point you bring up, Councillor Taylor, is absolutely true.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Because as these trucks go along the road, in the event of there being some sort of a issue, they certainly spread disease. Now, don't forget that there was a corridor of Q fever in Toowoomba, wasn't there, when those trucks were going straight down James Street?
Absolutely.
It was a proven corridor.
Mr. Brady has helped me with this, and it was only on Monday. And bear in mind that this can be wordsmiths. Today is the last chance we have to get it through council. Just to build up for this, since I've been road chair since 2004, there's no facility for effluent anywhere in our region, and certainly not anywhere in the wider region as well. So all the trucks that come through here, the livestock trucks, they empty their belly tanks on the side of the road down in the Lockyer Valley. That's been happening for over 20 years. And as far as biosecurity is concerned, we've tried, we've met with, our council has met with the Livestock Association. It's on a TMR road, and I believe the federal and state government have a responsibility to make sure. So my reasoning for bringing this forward, first of all, was that certainly there's a consideration around that, but this has come through the Mayor's Ag and Logistics Working Group that we've had, was brought forward by Andrew Cinnamon, who was out there last week from Ag Force. It was totally endorsed by the livestock representative in Graham Hoare from Martin's Transport, who was at that meeting. And I tried to get some assistance from LGAQ, but at the moment there isn't anybody there in that space. But I think that's the reasoning for me to bring this forward. I mentioned it at the Downs and South West's Council of Mayors. But I think as Mr Brady has put that down there, that's the wording. We can work on that should we need to, and perhaps we could get Graham Hoare or someone else to have a look at that and see if they think we've got it covered. But they're very passionate about that. Graham Hoare himself has been actually on that committee ever since you set it up when we were lobbying for the bypass. So we've got industry around that table. The councils represented there are Toowoomba, Western Downs Regional Council, Southern Downs Regional Council and Goondiwindi Regional Council. So this is a grave concern. As far as the truck washers are concerned, as I mentioned yesterday in my meeting, in my email, Roma has 4 washdown facilities, but that's because they have a huge sale yard. Western Downs has 2, but only 1 is working at the moment. In our region, we have none. I'm not saying this should be a responsibility for local government, but certainly I think if it's mandated, then there'll be an opportunity there for private enterprise to provide these facilities. We have opportunity where the 5 highways are out at Charlton for something like this to be out there. But to get this on the agenda, I think you will find that all the country mayors from all over will support this.
Yep.
And I think, as Mr Brady mentions there, that the availability in all areas where there's livestock, I think, is important. So that's probably my wording towards wanting to have that there. We have the support of the Ag and Logistics, and we had the support of the Council of Mayors last week. So I asked my colleagues to consider taking this to LGAQ.
Thanks very much, Carol. I think that one stage there may have been a truck wash at Oakey, but I'm not sure if it's still existing. There were some licensing issues around that, planning issues around that, so I have no idea, but there was a truck wash there.
Do you want me to mention that, Mr Mayor? It was never really compliant. It was used as it belonged to, I think it was the Department of Primary Industries or something at one stage on private end, but it was never, it went straight into the watercourse, so there's nothing there now.
I think it was associated with the abattoir there in a previous era. So you've got these 3 resolutions before you. This one, the wording of it is that LGAQ call for the state and federal government to fund and implement appropriate effluent disposal and washdown facilities to support our agricultural sector in regional areas to mitigate increasing biosecurity risks. That tells most of it, but if we go in and get some expertise around that to maybe slightly modify that resolution if we need to.
Mr Mayor, if I could suggest, I think it's somewhere in there, and perhaps with suggestions from the livestock industry and Ag Force, but we should mention the particular threats at the moment of lumpy skin, and lumpy skin is actually borne by insects. So should we have a strong wind, that could be here in no time at all. So, and foot and mouth, which we're all aware of at the moment.
I think Councillor Carol Andrews-Innerman, who was at the meeting the other day, would be very helpful looking at that resolution and maybe offering any possible strengthening of that.
Yes, I think Andrews and Graham Hoare from Muttons. Thank you.
So, councillors, you've got those 3 resolutions for the LGAQ before you, and I think we'll take them. I think we'll endorse them by way of a motion. You've moved that, Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to move all 3. Just the wording that Council resolved to propose the following draft motions to the local government. So by suggesting that you might wordsmith the 3rd one, I would leave draft in.
Leave draft in.
However, you wouldn't normally. That would be the motions.
Yep.
They would be the motions.
Just a point of order, Mr Mayor. I think that if it's going through this as an ordinary meeting, with the we should put motions and perhaps mention it, because if you put draft, it's still a draft, it's got to come back. So if you put, but then say that with any appropriate wordsmithing done prior to being sent to the conference agenda.
Could you just suggest in there, subject to further advice or something like that, to give us the opportunity to make very slight changes? I don't think 1 and 2 need changing, but certainly number 3 might need just a tiny touch-up.
And Mr Mayor, apologies for that, but we only put it into on paper yesterday. So I think that, you know, whatever, perhaps through you to Grant, to ask what we need to do to... I think that the motions go forward with appropriate wordsmithing, I think is the word.
Well, you know, when it gets to the conference and it's being moved and seconded up there, that wordsmithing can happen then too.
Perhaps, Mayor, it could just read that Council resolved to propose the following motions for the Local Government Association of Queensland's consideration, subject to minor changes without changing the intent.
Yeah, that's probably the way to
Yeah,
go.
that's good. So, Councillor
happy to
McDonald,
move
you have moved that.
I'm happy to second it, thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor's happy to second that. Is there anybody wishing to speak against it? Those in favour? Thank you very much. We move to item 14, matters for which notice has been given. Councillor Shine, Bridge Street Quarry Project Deputation.
Thank you, Mayor. The introduction and hope for passage of this motion is to give effect to the decision of the Bridge Street Quarry Development Advisory Committee and its decision earlier this month. Councillors are aware, as recently as at our last budget of last month, considerable funds have been committed to the final use planning investigations to be carried out at the site. This was in addition to rehabilitation detailed design work carried out in the previous 12 months or so. Councillors will also recall that the state government has previously granted $250,000 for a KPMG feasibility study. This already is a tangible, this shows a tangible support or at least interest in this project from the state government. That happened, however, some years ago, and the committee feels it is now appropriate for the matter to again come before the attention of those in government, most relevant to decision-making with respect to grants, particularly those relating to tourism. The advisory committee is keen for the current Minister and Director General to be properly acquainted with the project itself and what work the Council has done and intends doing with respect to the rehabilitation of the site. Any information and advice the government can offer with respect to grants would be appreciated. Hence the visit. Thank you.
Any comments around the room? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, just one simply. I just raise a question around the inconsistency of involvement of advisory committee members in a ministerial deputation. It's not consistent with our other advisory committee or their structures or their roles. So I would just raise some reserve about that. I don't have a problem with the intent of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and any staff from Council, but advisory committee roles, as I said, this is very inconsistent and it would also raise expectation of other advisory committees of Council that it is quite okay for representatives of those advisory committees, and I stress the word advisory, to gain access to ministerial alongside staff and council representatives. So I just have some reserve there. Nothing wrong with the intent, but I would much prefer to see advisory committee members or other representatives nominated by Bridge Street Quarry Development. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I'm remiss in not getting a seconder before we moved into discussion. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Melissa Taylor. Is there anybody else who wishes to make a comment? Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. I too have concerns about the process that has occurred here. We've regularly talked about terms of reference, I think that's what it's called, for these advisory committees, and that due process be followed in relation to anything. And I think that we are setting a precedent. Having said that, you know, that's not reflective of the motion, but the due process that was followed wasn't, I don't believe, in keeping with what we should be doing. The other query I had was, it's under matters for which notice has been given. Were we emailed this, or was it, I'm just wondering how it got on the agenda. I didn't see it beforehand. When I read the agenda was the first I saw it, and it's under notice has been given. I don't know.
Where's that wording, councillor?
It's item 14, matters for which notice has been given. Maybe it was emailed and I missed it, but I don't think so.
Oh, you're talking about the item 14,
Yeah.
and your concern is?
It's come under matters for which notice has been given, and I didn't receive notice. I'm just wondering what process was followed that it came under that.
I'll hand over to the acting CEO.
Thank you.
The notice is the distribution of the agenda, so by its inclusion on the agenda, that's the notice. There's no requirement to circulate emails prior to it being included on the agenda, so the notice period is the inclusion on the agenda.
No, actually, I beg to differ on that, I'm sorry. Normally, I think you either have to have, give a week's notice of the motion for it to be on here, or you actually bring it to the meeting, pre-circulated, and seek support of councillors to actually deal with it. So I guess for me, there's two matters here that we've got. Putting those two matters aside, I'm still supportive of the motion, but I just think we're not following due process so much at the moment.
Well, Councillor Summerfield, it could have been a mistake on my part not to have asked if this motion can be dealt with, because I think that has happened in the past, and I apologise for that. But we've got a mover and a seconder, and we've begun the discussion. If you want to go back and begin the process again, quite happy to do that, but that's exactly where we are currently. Councillor Carl?
If we're going to debate, I'll wait for the debate.
Okay.
I've
Thank you.
raised my concerns.
Yep. The process that I've directed, are you happy that we continue in the way we're going? Is there anyone who, Councillor Shine, I'll take your discussion as being you're moving the motion, and it's been seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. And is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Councillor Tim, you've got a comment, and then Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just as someone who also chairs an advisory committee, in the idea that another representative nominated, the processes around that, I would personally feel more comfortable if everyone else was included, perhaps not the other representative of the advisory committee. It's worried it sets a precedent. Wondering the mover's thoughts on that, if you would consider removing the other representative, or if you think it needs to stay.
Quite frankly, I've been attempting to get Minister Hinchcliffe to come to town because I'm carrying information that he gave myself and Councillor McDonald when we were at Parliament House, and I just wish he would tell the whole community about the matter. So maybe we ought to get him to, to town, and maybe there's an opportunity then for him to talk to all of us. But anyhow, I'm comfortable where we are, but let's make sure that... Sorry?
Councillor Shine's opinion on that last bit, if it needs another representative?
Yeah, no, if I might respond, both to Councillor Carl and to Councillor McMahon, by all means invite the Minister for Tourism here, and the Carnival Flowers coming up might be an appropriate, you might consider that. Time bearing, after all, the Carnival Flowers is Australia's preeminent tourism attraction of this nature. I must say that in terms of delegations to ministers, I can speak with experience that perhaps not even people who've been here a good while can do likewise, in that having been a minister and received countless number of delegations, it was never a rule that I was aware of that only councillors or mayors comprise the audience before a minister. Many and varied people attended, and what was appreciated in my experience were people who were there who had a hands-on knowledge of what the submission was going to be. In this case, we've indicated that the CEO of Southern Queensland Tourism, Mr. Harmon, be part of the delegation. Anyone who has heard his presentations would be impressed by his skill and capacity to convey a message, and I think the advisory committee, in suggesting that he be specifically named, or his office as CEO of that organisation be named, was eminently sensible, and one that I would really suggest from council's point of view that we accede to. The other position was only to be 4 people, which is a normal size, if you like, of delegation to ministers. They can fit easily into the small rooms that ministers have to put up with at the old Parliament House. I think that an extra person, in a sense a lay person, not a councillor and not an employee of Southern Queensland, but a lay person from that advisory committee, a member of the community, would go over well in terms of the reception given to it by the Minister and Director General. That's speaking from my experience.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carol Taylor, and then
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr Mayor.
Carroll.
I question this. It's been mentioned before. These are advisory committees. Advisory committees. So at the end of the day, I support the philosophy of this, the reason behind it. But I mean, really, council owns the Quarry Garden site, and council has spent a lot of public money on that. And I think the fact is that I don't mind a delegation going, but it should be just the Deputy Mayor, the Chief Executive Officer, Peter Hone, and the Chair of the Bridge Street Quarry Development. It is an advisory committee, and we have a lot of them. And at the end of the day, I do agree that the precedent being set here, but I would prefer that we ask the Minister here, and he spoke to council, and then perhaps the advisory committee could have a meeting. But we need to keep in mind that committees like this, and we have a lot of them, they're advisory committees. They're great benefit to council to advise us on things that they have more expertise on than us. But I think that by doing this, then we're changing the nature of what this committee is. You've already got the chair there, and the CEO of Queensland Tourism, he is actually a member of that committee as well. So you've got 2 people from that committee. I support it in that role, but I don't support another representative being nominated. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bill, Carl, you had your hand up.
Look, if we're debating, I'll speak against the motion, not in the essence of what it's about, but in its current format, as I've raised. And I agree with Councillor Shine, all his comments about deputations, and having been on some of those ministerial deputations with him many years ago. However, let's be distinctly clear about deputations and the terms of reference for advisory committees for council. I can't help feeling that this is being steamrolled through, actually, because if we're going to stick to protocol, if we're going to stick to our terms of reference, as Councillor Nancy has already raised, then we should. Otherwise, we should change the terms of reference for advisory committees. It is quite clear and explicit that they are advisory committees. They don't speak on behalf of council. They don't get to speak in the place of councillors, to ministers or otherwise, or media. So I cannot support this motion in its current form. and I speak clearly, about us having to do the right thing and change the terms of reference if we're going to progress down this line. Otherwise, there is a gross inequity to all of the other advisory committees that have just as an important role as this, if not more important, on some of the topics and reasons why they're engaged as advisory committees to council. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to speak for it, I guess. And what was recorded within the monthly reports of the planning and development was that that this was recorded as an idea to come from the advisory committee, and the thought was then to come to the August meeting. So it was always going to end up here. It just so happens it's ended up here today, by the sounds of things. The motion itself gives rise to an opportunity, whether that delegation be a visit to the Minister in Brisbane or, in fact, the Minister visit here. And I think that's open to opportunity that may arise. I actually don't have an issue with an external person from council being representative, and that the Bridge Street Quarry Development Advisory Committee actually vote on that. So I'm not sure when that next advisory committee meeting is, but you'd have to look at the timing around that and when the minister may be visiting, just to have that person in that meeting. In regard to other advisory committees, I would think that it may actually add some value to a deputation if you did have a person who wasn't an elected representative or staff member there. I think that gives another view of that. This is following a process whereby, by the reads of it, and at the advisory committee, this motion was put forward. It's now at council for our decision to do that. So, I think it's followed the process. If we don't agree with it by majority, then it doesn't happen. But I'm certainly very happy to support it.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Von Hoff.
It's not speaking against the motion, it's just a question, and I, through you, Chair, to the mover, Councillor Shine. There is a degree of discomfort for me about the process. The intent of the motion, though, going to the state government and saying what funding is available potentially, how do we make this happen, in my opinion, is extremely worthy. So, it's a bit of a difficult situation to be in, actually, because the first paragraph of the motion, if it were to end there, that I think would have very broad support around the room. And I don't know if anything would be necessarily lost in eliminating that second paragraph. Process would just follow. The intent of the motion would still stand, as would the intent from the committee as well, the recommendation that's come through. How wedded are you to that second paragraph, I suppose, is the question.
Well, from my point, if I might, I'd be happy with the first paragraph, but it does sort of leave it open as to who does go then. It could be half a dozen people from the committee as well. So this, the second paragraph restricts it specifically to 4 people only, and that's my only... I'd be happy if the majority here just want the first paragraph. I'd be happy, because it does satisfy what, in my view, the advisory committee decision was.
So you're offering as the mover to delete that if people felt that way? If the original motion doesn't get up that you've already moved? Sorry.
If I might, Mayor, for the reason that was outlined before, I think it would make it unwieldy and uncertain as to who would be comprising the delegation.
I see.
And so, notwithstanding the comments of Councillor Rebecca, I think that I would prefer to leave the motion as indicated.
I'll just ask the seconder, do you wish to leave the motion as is, Councillor Melissa?
I would ask the mover if we could. The intent of the motion has great support around the room from what I can feel. The only sticking point, which is where we'll lose the vote, is if that last sentence from "and another representative" was included. So if the mover was happy just to take out that last part of that sentence, because I think there's great support and understanding for the other positions that are in that second paragraph be included. I myself, I think, would feel much better if that last part of the sentence was taken out.
Look, it's very important from the advisory committee's point of view, and mine personally, and I think the majority of councillors here, that we do have a delegation go down. If the motion, as indicated up there, is to be lost because of a failure to delete the last 10 words, then I'd be prepared to agree to its deletion.
Okay, I'll take that advice on board.
May I just add one more thing, please, Mr. Chair? I just feel that by having the chair of the advisory committee there as a representative to in the delegation, then you are actually taking the sentiments of the advisory committee down. That's the way I see that.
Councillor Summerfield, you had your hand up. Sorry, I
No, that's okay, Mayor.
go on a different journey for a start there.
Yeah, that's okay. Look, I fully agree with Councillor Kerry on that second paragraph. You do have to define who's going. I've been on delegations. I know how important it is to just have the key people in the room. If we don't put that in, we'll end up with a tribe of 8 going down there, which will be just totally ruin the whole thing. So I support it staying exactly how it is. But I've got a question for Councillor Kerry, and that is, Councillor Kerry, my real problem with this, I fully support what's before us, but I'm not at all comfortable with the process that's occurred. So could you just tell me what steps you took to get this up here, please?
Doing the best I can from my memory. It was the decision, the minutes were made available to me for approval the day after the meeting, which was the first Thursday of the month, I think. And there was a suggestion, I think, from Michelle as to what procedure should be adopted in the normal course. But on conferring with others, felt that it was a more expeditious way of proceeding to bring it before this meeting, as opposed to, I think Michelle's advice was to end up bringing it to the August meeting at the earliest opportunity, I think, Michelle. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I don't want to mislead the council by misquoting or relying on my inadequate memory. But the course that we did adopt was to bring it to this meeting today in the most efficient way possible. I certainly didn't have in mind the process that you've indicated earlier today of giving notice in advance. That wasn't present in my mind. I just thought that being in the agenda, it would become apparent to all councillors who read it prior to the meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Any other comments? Councillor Carl and then Councillor Tim.
Yeah, question through you, Chair, to the Acting CEO. Nick, in fact, if that last sentence isn't in, would it be your understanding that it isn't a free-for-all if we were to stick to our terms of reference on the advisory committees? In fact, there'd be no advisory committee members, and it'd be the chair of the advisory committee as suggested there in the paragraph.
My understanding, Councillor Carl, is if that the second paragraph was that the delegation include the Mayor or Deputy Mayor, CEO of Southern Queensland Country Tourism and the Chair of the Bridge Street Quarry Development Advisory Committee, full stop, that would be the entire extent of that delegation. It would just be those three people.
I guess my point I'm raising in relation to the comments about, well, it could be a free-for-all if we're not specific, but if in fact we stuck to our terms of reference for all these advisory committees, it wouldn't be, it'd be, as you suggested, those three, those representatives you suggested.
If I may, I suspect the comments that it would be a free-for-all were probably in relation to if the second paragraph disappeared completely and there was no guidance around who that delegation should consist of. That was my interpretation of the conversation that was had.
Thanks very much. Anybody else with new points to bring up? I think it's probably appropriate that this motion come forward and we get a decision out of council. Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Just to Councillor Shine, I don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory here. The delegation include, that may mean those people plus anyone else, in my thinking of the word include. Be limited to or consist of. You happy with that? Thanks.
Is the seconder happy with that change? Okay. Do you wish to finally sum up, Councillor Shine?
Oh, look, I don't want to take the time up of the council.
Well, the motion is before you, and if you want me to read it out, I can read it out, but I think you've heard a fair bit about it. Is it okay if we put that motion? You don't want it further explained? Right. I'll ask for those who are in favour of that motion, moved by Councillor Shine and seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour, please. Those against? Wish to have your vote recorded?
Mr Mayor, I'm only against because I believe it should only be 3 people in that delegation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carl, you wish to have your vote recorded? We'll have a division. Yeah. The motion is carried. Is there any other, go to item 15, any other business for which council would have to determine by resolution is included in the agenda papers? Any new resolutions from the floor? If not, I think we'll continue, given the time. Would someone like to move that the meeting be closed to the public, please? Councillor Carroll has moved that. Councillor Tim has seconded that. Those in favour? financial matter. Item 17, the appointment of independent audit committee members. Would somebody like to move that particular matter? Councillor McDonald, a seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item... Sorry? Oh, Councillor Melissa, you wish to vote against it? I'm sorry. I didn't see that, so you want that vote recorded? Yes, please. Okay. The next matter is item 18, the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Would somebody like to move that receipt, please? Councillor Carl and McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, I'm sorry for the late finish, but it's just on 1 o'clock, and it's been a very, very, very worthwhile day, I think, with the things that we've done. Thank you very much for your persistence and the work that you do for this community, and I'll declare the meeting closed.